Chapter 31. Dragon Clan Hunting, Triggering a Beast Tide. Instant kill of a 90,000-year poison flood dragon. Douluo is shocked. Rest. Hearing this, Yu Jingcheng shook his head, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. No need. For the Golden Earth Dragon Clan, battle is the best way to stabilize one's realm. Saying this, he turned to look at Xiaojin and shouted loudly. Xiaojin, take your clansmen and follow me to slaughter that poison flood dragon. Let's make it a greeting gift for our new elder. Roar. Xiaojin responded immediately, letting out a world-shaking roar. Following that, over 100 golden earth dragons in the entire valley roared in unison, the sound waves rolling and surging straight into the clouds. At that moment, Douluo felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. This feeling of being surrounded by a group of top-tier spirit beasts to hunt another top-tier spirit beast was truly damn exhilarating. Go! Yu Jingcheng flipped onto Xiaojin's broad back and beckoned to Douluo. Old poison, get up here. Today, I'll let you see what a real dragon clan hunt looks like. Set out. At Yu Jingcheng's command, Xiaojin's wings flapped violently, a gale suddenly rising and swirling dust into the sky. That massive body turned into a brilliant golden rainbow, leading the way as it charged into the clouds. Gentlemen, please. Yu Jingcheng pointed to Iron Head beside him, gesturing for Douluo and his son to get on. Douluo didn't hesitate. Holding Dugu Shin with one hand, he flickered and landed steadily on Iron Head's broad back. Roar. Iron Head let out a low growl, exerted power through its limbs, and began racing across the ground, following the king in the sky. Don't ask why they weren't flying. Because space in the sky was limited. Moreover, they were unwilling to fly alongside the Dragon King. Behind them, over 100 golden earth dragons of various sizes swarmed out, except for a few left behind to guard the nest and care for the hatchlings and eggs. Rumble. The earth trembled, and dust billowed. This was a terrifying army capable of sweeping through the entire Stardew Great Forest. Especially Xiaojin, who was flying at the very front. It had no intention of restraining its aura at all. Instead, it wantonly released the terrifying pressure belonging to a 100,000-year spirit beast. That true dragon aura originating from the depths of its bloodline, mixed with the sacred and inviolable light domain, spread frantically in all directions like tangible ripples. Wherever they passed, all beasts were terrified. Roar. Awoo. The originally peaceful sunset forest instantly erupted in chaos. Countless spirit beasts felt this destructive aura and were scared out of their wits. Paying no heed to hunting or competing for territory, they all tucked their tails and fled madly toward the outskirts of the forest. For a time, birds flew and beasts ran, and trees collapsed. A small-scale beast tide was actually forced out by this advancing group. Sitting on Iron Head's back, Douluo watched the trees receding on both sides and those 10,000-year spirit beasts fleeing in panic in the distance, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. This is too arrogant. Douluo swallowed hard, his heart filled with shock. In the past, when spirit masters entered a spirit beast forest to hunt, who wouldn't be cautious and restrain their aura, fearing they might provoke an existence they couldn't handle. But now look at this. How was this going to hunt spirit beasts? This was clearly a monarch on a tour, purging his territory. This feeling of acting without restraint. Douluo had to admit that although it was arrogant, it felt incredibly good. This is the privilege brought by power. Dugu Shin was also boiling with excitement, his desire for strength growing even stronger. They weren't left to reflect for long. The Golden Earth Dragon Clan's speed was extremely fast, in just a few moments. The surrounding vegetation began to change. The originally dense forest gradually thinned out, the air filled with a nauseating stench, and the ground turned into a purple-black swamp. Poisonous miasma permeated the area, and all signs of life vanished. This was the territory of that 90,000-year poison flood dragon. Ang. As if sensing the aura of intruders, a cold and piercing roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the swamp. Immediately after, the mud churned. A massive flood dragon over 30 meters long, covered in dark green scales with a single horn on its head, suddenly lunged out of the swamp. It opened its bloody maw and spat out a thick purple-black poisonous mist, attempting to block these uninvited guests. A poison flood dragon with a 90,000-year cultivation was a hegemon-level existence in the Sunset Forest, who would dare provoke it normally. However, today it had kicked a steel plate. And a red-hot one at that. HMPH, a mere worm dares to be so insolent before a true dragon. In the air, Yu Jingcheng snorted coldly and patted Xiao Jin's neck. Xiao Jin, end this quickly. Roar. Xiao Jin let out a disdainful roar. Facing the overwhelming poisonous mist, it didn't dodge at all, not even bothering to use a spirit ability. Buzz. Golden light flared on its body as its light domain instantly expanded. Chi-Chi. The highly poisonous mist, capable of corroding metal and stone, the moment it touched the light domain, was like snow meeting a blazing sun, instantly melting and disintegrating, vanishing into wisps of green smoke. In the next moment, Xiao Jin's massive body, like a falling meteor carrying immense momentum, slammed violently into the poison flood dragon. Bang! A dull, massive thud. The poison flood dragon didn't even have time to scream before it was pinned into the mud by Xiao Jin's claw. The so-called 90,000-year cultivation and the so-called potent poison were a joke in the face of absolute bloodline suppression and attribute. Countering. 100,000-year golden earth dragon fighting a 90,000-year poison attribute sub-dragon. It was like a father beating his son. Boom, boom, boom. Mud splashed everywhere, and the earth shook. Xiao Jin didn't use any fancy moves, it was just the most primitive and violent physical combat. Sharp claws tore through scales, and a dragon tail shattered bones. In just a few breaths, that previously arrogant poison flood dragon had already become half dead, slumped in the mud like a dead snake, breathing its last. Huff. Xiao Jin exhaled a breath of air filled with sparks, seemingly bored by such an unchallenging opponent. Then, it extended its massive dragon claw, grabbed the poison flood dragon's tail like picking up an earthworm, flapped its wings, and flew back to the front of the group. Thud. A muffled thud. The half-dead poison flood dragon was slammed heavily in front of Douluo and Douluo, splashing black mud everywhere. There, Yu Jingcheng jumped down from Xiao Jin's back, clapped his hands, and pointed at the poison flood dragon on the ground that was barely hanging on by a thread, smiling at the stunned Douluo. Old poison, while it's still fresh. This is a top-quality 90,000-year poison attribute spirit ring, and it might even drop a spirit bone. Now, it's yours. Looking at the 90,000-year poison flood dragon at his feet, which was barely breathing and had once made him extremely wary, Douluo felt his throat go dry and his heart pound fiercely. Chapter 32. Level 91 Poison Douluo. 9th Spirit Ability. Jade Phosphor Divine Corrosion Body. Douluo took a deep breath, suppressing the wild joy in his heart. He turned around and first bowed deeply towards Xiao Jin. This was reverence for a powerful being, and also gratitude for this assist. Then, he looked at Yu Jingcheng, who wore an expression of utter calm, his expression turning solemn. He cupped his hands in a salute and said in a deep voice, "Sect Master." This address of Sect Master was spoken from the heart, without the slightest trace of reluctance. This great gift, this old man, will remember it. In the future, if there is any task, Douluo will not refuse even if it means 10,000 deaths. No flowery words were needed. For someone like Douluo, solitary by nature yet one who placed extreme importance on favors and righteousness, this single promise was worth more than 1,000 words. All right, enough of this sentimental nonsense. Yu Jingcheng casually waved his hand, a playful curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Hurry up and make your move. Delays breed complications. The resentment of this 90,000-year-old beast is no small matter. Absorbing it will likely be quite painful. Don't capsize in a ditch. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, young lord. Douluo threw his head back and laughed heartily, his eyes erupting with an unprecedented confidence and sharpness. This old man has played with poison his entire life. If I can't even handle this little worm, then I might as well discard the title of Poison Douluo. Douluo had already decided on his titled name. Originally, he had thought to call himself Jade Scale. But upon further thought, the name wasn't imposing enough. Better to be straightforward, a single character, Poison. Before his words had fully faded, a cold gleam flashed explosively in Douluo's eyes. Hiss! A sharp serpentine cry suddenly rang out. Brilliant jade green light erupted behind him as the massive phantom of the jade phosphor serpent materialized out of thin air, emitting a suffocating, cloyingly sweet scent. Go! Douluo formed his right hand into a claw and swung it down fiercely. The jade phosphor serpent phantom instantly solidified, opened its gigantic maw, and shot towards the poison-fled dragon on the ground like an arrow released from its bow. Thud. Asterisk. The already dying poison-fled dragon had no power to resist whatsoever. The jade-green serpent fangs instantly pierced through its tough vital spot. The potent venom injected, severing the last vestiges of its life in an instant. The poison-flood dragon's massive body convulsed violently a few times, then completely stiffened, ceasing all movement. Asterisk. As the poison-flood dragon died, specks of black light began to coalesce above its corpse. In mere moments, a massive spirit ring, pitch black and gleaming, even faintly revealing a trace of eerie dark crimson, slowly materialized. A 90,000-year spirit ring. The terrifying energy fluctuations it emitted made the surrounding air turn viscous the moment it appeared. Looking at this nearly perfect ninth spirit ring, the fanaticism in Douluo's eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. Without the slightest hesitation, Douluo sat down cross-legged, right beside this poison miasma-filled swamp, assuming a cultivating posture. Exener, step back. Douluo barked a low command, then raised his hand in a beckoning gesture. That spirit ring, shimmering with profound black light, seemed drawn by an invisible force, slowly drifting down towards the top of his head. Young lord, this old man begins the absorption now. Although with Xiao Jin and Yu Jingcheng acting as protectors, this was undoubtedly the safest place under heaven, Douluo still habitually announced his intent. Yu Jingcheng gave a slight nod, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Absorb it with peace of mind. With me here, the sky won't collapse. Assured, Douluo no longer allowed himself to be distracted. He closed his eyes, the spirit power around his body surging violently. A dense, jade-green poisonous mist instantly enveloped his entire person. Boom. Asterisk. The moment that 90,000-year spirit ring settled around him, Douluo's body shuddered violently. His brow instantly furrowed tightly, a trace of pain flashing across his face. Clearly, the soul shock and immense energy from a 90,000-year spirit beast's death, even for a level 90 quasi-titled Douluo, constituted a tremendous trial. But this was, after all, a spirit ring with perfectly compatible attributes. Coupled with Douluo's own profound foundation, although the impact was fierce, it remained within his capacity to endure. Watching Douluo, who was now fully focused on refining the spirit ring, a flicker of anticipation passed through Yu Jingcheng's eyes. A 90,000-year poison-flood dragon spirit ring. If nothing unexpected happened, Douluo's spirit power would smoothly break through to level 91. This trip to bring Douluo to the Stardo Great Forest could be said to have completely won Douluo's sincere and wholehearted allegiance. Next, he could give Douluo an immortal herb. In a short time, Douluo's combat power would increase significantly once more. By the time the plot begins, Douluo would certainly have already cultivated to the level of a super Douluo. Yu Jingcheng's gaze fell upon the poison-flood dragon's gradually shriveling corpse, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. This thing is a treasure trove from head to tail. After old poison finishes absorbing it, the remaining materials shouldn't be wasted. Perfect as a snack for Xiao Jin. After a good while, the previously violent and rampant spirit power fluctuations, like a receding tide, slowly retracted into Douluo's body. Within the center of that dense, almost solid jade-green poisonous mist, a figure slowly rose to its feet. There was no earth-shaking roar, nor any deliberately released pressure. The Douluo at this moment seemed to have returned to a state of simplicity, appearing like just an ordinary old man. Level 91, titled Douluo. Success. Is this the power of a titled Douluo? Douluo looked down at his own hands, feeling the vast, sea-like spirit power surging endlessly within his body. His eyes were filled with intoxication. A difference of one level, a world of difference. Now, he could easily crush 100 versions of his pre-breakthrough self. For other spirit masters of the attack system, defeating 100 of themselves might be somewhat difficult. But for Douluo, the serpent venom of 100 level 90 versions of himself could not harm him in the slightest. He could, in turn, absorb all that serpent venom clean and effortlessly defeat them. A long-cherished wish of many years, fulfilled in a single day. This feeling of controlling everything even gave him the illusion that he could cover the sky with a single hand. Congratulations, old poison, on achieving your wish. Yu Jingcheng stood not far away, a smile on his lips as he gently applauded. Hearing this familiar voice, Douluo's body trembled, instantly sobering from his intoxication with power. He deeply understood that his attainment today was entirely bestowed by this seemingly young sect master before him. Many thanks to the sect master for making this possible. Douluo gathered his focus. With a thought, the last, pitch-black ninth spirit ring among the 9 rhythmically pulsing spirit rings beneath his feet suddenly lit up. Asterisk. In that instant, Douluo's body underwent a bizarre transformation. His originally aged skin, flesh, and even bones, at this moment, became completely translucent. As if he were a human-shaped piece of finest jade green jadeite. His entire being radiated an eerie yet lethally beautiful allure. But behind this beauty lay a terrifying, chilling killing intent. Sizzle. Asterisk. As his body turned, translucent, an invisible, colorless wave carrying a destructive aura spread outwards from him as the center. Within a radius of 100 meters, whether it was solid rock or the lingering bones of the poison flood dragon. Anything that came into contact with this aura instantly melted away like ice and snow into a pool of pus, leaving not even a trace of residue. Absolute corrosion. Poisonous penetration that ignored all defenses. This was the 9th spirit ability granted to him by that 90,000-year poison flood dragon, Jade Phosphor Divine Corrosion Body. Chapter 33. Little Gold. Go swallow the Sky Azure Bull Python directly. Bestow the Narcissus Jade Marrow Bone upon Douluo. Roar. Little Gold, who had been lying at Yu Jingcheng's feet, instantly shed its previously lazy posture. It abruptly raised its upper body, the dazzling white gold scales all over its body standing on end, emitting a dense rustling sound of friction. Its golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, fixedly staring at Douluo in his transparent state, a low dragon's roar rumbling in its throat. A somewhat wary thought, transmitted along the soul connection, entered Yu Jingcheng's mind. Brother, be careful. This old human's current state is very dangerous. That kind of poison, even my dragon scales feel a stinging sensation. If he gets close, even I would probably suffer a great loss. As a top-tier spirit beast possessing the bloodline of the Holy Dragon of Light and evolving towards becoming one, Little Gold's intuition was incredibly sharp. It could clearly sense that the toxic power Douluo was currently emitting had reached a level sufficient to threaten its very life essence. Sensing Little Gold's tension, Yu Jingcheng chuckled softly. He reached out, gently stroking Little Gold's large nose, soothing its agitated battle intent, and responded warmly in his heart. Don't worry, Little Gold. The stronger this old poison is, the more beneficial it is for us. You must understand, this body of mine is still too weak. Moving around in this human world always comes with many inconveniences. In the future, all those shady, dirty, and laborious tasks, or the powerful enemies in the open, will have to be handled by him. He is my shield and my spear. You can rest assured when it comes to our own people. Hearing its master's explanation, the wariness in Little Gold's eyes gradually faded. It obediently nuzzled Yu Jingcheng's palm, snorting 2 jets of white air from its nostrils, as if saying, "Since brother says so, I'll reluctantly accept this old man then." But the next second, Little Gold seemed to think of something, its golden dragon eyes suddenly erupting with excited light. It turned its large head, gazing towards the deepest part of the Stardow Great Forest. An eager, itching-to-go thought once again urgently transmitted into Yu Jingcheng's mind. Master, since this old man has already become a titled Douluo, and his poison skills are so formidable. Plus I've grown so much stronger now. Can't we pull off a big heist? Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you have in mind? Little Gold excitedly swished its tail, its massive body thudding a deep pit into the ground, transmitting. The Lake of Life. 2 big guys live in there. That stupid bull and that dumb monkey. A year ago, after you left the Stardow Great Forest, brother, I couldn't beat them and could only play king of the mountain on the outskirts. But it's different now. Master, how about we charge in right now? Let this old poison release his poison to knock them out, then we work together to kill them. That stupid bull's body contains extremely pure Azure Dragon bloodline. If I can devour it, my evolution speed will definitely take a huge leap forward. Perhaps, before long, I can truly transform into a genuine Holy Dragon of Light. Listening to Little Gold's roar filled with killing intent and greed in his mind, Yu Jingcheng's heart also stirred slightly, a flicker of temptation flashing in his eyes. The Sky Azure Bull Python indeed possessed an extremely faint trace of Theosky Azure Divine Dragon bloodline within its body. If it could be hunted, and that trace of dragon blood extracted for little gold to devour, the effect would absolutely be more than 10 times stronger than this 90,000-year poison flood dragon. But besides the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, Yu Jingcheng knew very well that by the shore of that lake of life, 2 other 100,000-year spirit beasts were also hidden. Soft bones rabbits, namely, the original story's female lead, Xiao Wu, and her mother. However, in the subconscious minds of Yu Jingcheng and Little Gold, these 2 rabbits were often automatically disregarded. After all, spirit beasts like the soft bones rabbit, even if cultivated to 100,000 years, were at the bottom of the spirit beast hierarchy in terms of combat power. For the Little Golden Earth Dragon King, possessing a top-tier sub-dragon bloodline and now evolving towards a true dragon, those 2 rabbits were essentially no different from wild rabbits on the roadside, aside from being a bit faster and knowing some charm skills. They didn't even qualify as opponents. At best, they were a tasty snack. 400,000-year spirit beasts. Yu Jingcheng silently calculated this astonishing fortune in his heart. If they acted now, with Douluo Bo's current strength as a 91st level titled Douluo, coupled with that terrifying poison skill, and coordinating with Little Gold who had already grown with a sneak attack, they indeed had a great chance of taking the Lake of Life. But the fervor in Yu Jingcheng's eyes rapidly cooled, replaced by extreme rationality. He gently patted Little Gold's large head, soothing it in his mind. Calm down, Little Gold. Those 2 beasts aren't going anywhere. They'll be on your plate sooner or later. But killing them now would be too wasteful. Yu Jingcheng glanced at his current attribute panel. Level 56, Spirit King. Although his physique, transformed by dragonification, far surpassed his peers and could even rival a spirit Douluo's, if faced with a 100,000-year spirit ring filled with resentment, his current body and mental force were still quite strained, perhaps even unable to withstand it. I'm not Tang San. I don't have the protagonist halo blessing me. Yu Jingcheng sneered inwardly, expecting those proud and arrogant 100,000-year spirit beasts to cry and beg to sacrifice themselves to him willingly, like they did for Tang San in the original story. That was simply a fantasy. If they forcefully killed them now, aside from obtaining a few spirit bones and Little Gold's evolution, those 4 incredibly precious 100,000-year spirit rings would simply dissipate into the world. For Yu Jingcheng, that would be a colossal waste. If Yu Jingcheng's plan succeeded, successfully awakening the second spirit, Ice Fire Golden Body, then he would have a full 9 empty spirit ring slots. Even if the awakening ultimately failed, the Holy Dragon of Light Spirit still currently required 400,000-year spirit rings. The Sky Azure Bull Python, the Titan Giant Ape, Xiao Wu, and her mother, perfect. At the very least, I must wait until I reach level 60. That's the time for harvesting. By then, with 400,000-year spirit rings acquired, plus the spirit bones, he, Yu Jingcheng, would directly become invincible under the heavens. Moreover, besides these 4, there was still the Golden Tortoise. This one was the easiest to bully. He would reserve the 6th spirit ring slot for the Golden Tortoise first. Yu Jingcheng turned to look at Douluo Bo. Old Poison, since you've already made the breakthrough to title Douluo, take this immortal herb. Yu Jingcheng flicked his wrist, and a strange medicinal plant appeared in his palm. Narcissus Jade Marrow Bone. This is. Douluo Bo's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze fixed intently on the medicinal herb in Yu Jingcheng's hand. His breathing even halted for half a beat. With his expertise in medicines, although he couldn't name this immortal herb, just based on its aura and appearance, he could determine this item was absolutely extraordinary. It was even 100 times more precious than the medicinal materials Yu Jingcheng had used earlier to detoxify him. Chapter 34. Peak of Rank 92. Bestowing the 10,000-year Ginseng King upon Douluo Shin. Narcissus Jade Marrow Bone. Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. He casually tossed it towards Douluo Bo. Old Poison, although you have broken through to become a titled Douluo and the Jade Phosphorus snake poison within your body has been resolved. After all, you were corroded by toxins for decades. Your foundation was damaged long ago, and your bones and meridians are riddled with holes. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, analyzing in a calm tone. This Narcissus jade marrow bone is an immortal herb born from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Its effect can be summarized in 8 words: moisten the tendons, repair the bones, and circulate qi through the 7 meridians. Taking it will not only repair the hidden injuries accumulated in your body over the years but also reshape your bones and tendons, elevating your physique to an entirely new level. At this point, Yu Jingcheng paused, giving Douluo a meaningful look. You are a control system spirit master. Physical constitution is inherently your weak point. If you can refine this herb, even when facing the frontal assault of an attack system titled Douluo, you will have the power to fight. Catching that seemingly weightless Narcissus jade marrow bone, Douluo's hand trembled slightly. Heavy. Too heavy. The weight of this gift was so immense it made even this usually cold, arrogant, and solitary old freak feel somewhat suffocated. Throughout his life, Douluo had walked alone, enduring endless scorn and exclusion. Apart from family, there was no one else in this world who treated him sincerely. But this young man before him not only helped him resolve the potent poison that had plagued his family for generations, assisted him in breaking through the long-desired level 90 bottleneck, and now, without the slightest hesitation, was bestowing upon him this legendary immortal herb. Sect Master. Douluo's throat felt somewhat dry. When he raised his head again, a watery mist actually shimmered in his eyes. What virtue or ability does Douluo possess to receive such great grace from the young lord? Without any hesitation, Douluo knelt on one knee, holding the Narcissus jade marrow bone with both hands. His voice was resolute and powerful, carrying the flavor of an oath of determination. From this day forward, this old life of mine, Douluo, belongs to the young lord. I would climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of fire at a single word from the young lord, without even a furrowed brow. Should I break this oath, may my spirit rebel against me, may the poison erupt and claim my life, and may I never find salvation for eternity. At this moment, this newly ascended poison Douluo's loyalty was completely won. Looking at the titled Douluo before him, now utterly devoted, a satisfied curve lifted the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth. This was precisely the desired effect. Combining grace with authority is the true Tao of governing people. Trading an immortal herb, not indispensable to him, for the absolute loyalty of a titled Douluo, this deal was an absolute steal. Rise. I don't care for such empty formalities. Yu Jingcheng stepped forward, offering a symbolic gesture to help Douluo up, then pointed to a nearby open space and said solemnly, "Since I've given it to you, don't waste time. Now, swallow and refine it immediately. Little Gold and I will act as your protectors. I also want to see just how tough this old frame of yours can become after absorbing this immortal herb." Yes. Douluo nodded heavily, a flicker of fervor flashing in his eyes. He said no more, sat down cross-legged, and carefully plucked the orchid that resembled white jade. Following Yu Jingcheng's previous instructions, he ate only the petals, finally sucking on the stamen. As petal after petal entered his mouth, transforming into cool, refreshing fluid that flowed throughout his body, Douluo felt an unprecedented, gentle and moist energy instantly envelop his entire being. His originally somewhat withered skin actually began to glow with a faint, jade-like luster. A vast yet gentle aura surged wildly within him, impacting the bottleneck. A while later, rank 92, peak. Feeling the spirit power surging like a great river within him, Douluo's voice trembled slightly. He had been stuck at rank 91 for a full 10 years. He originally thought breaking through to rank 92 in this lifetime was a mere fantasy. He never imagined that just a single herb would not only instantly help him shatter the bottleneck but also directly propel him to the peak of rank 92. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the medicinal power of the Narcissus jade marrow bone had not been fully refined yet. Much of its essence still lay dormant within his limbs and bones. Given a little time to seclude himself and absorb it completely, breaking through to rank 93 was practically a certainty. "Thank you, young lord, for your grace of rebirth." Douluo took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Yu Jingcheng once more. This time, his waist bent lower, his attitude even more reverent. If his previous actions were for detoxification and survival, now, he was genuinely awed by Yu Jingcheng's grand gesture. Yu Jingcheng accepted this bow without modesty. His gaze swept over Douluo, and he gave a slight nod. This Narcissus jade marrow bone is a top-grade treasure among immortal herbs. Besides elevating spirit power, its greatest effect is to cleanse the meridians and marrow, reshaping the foundation. Old poison, your previous potential, at best, would have stalled at ranks 91 or 92, with no hope in this lifetime of touching the threshold of a super Douluo. But now, Yu Jingcheng paused, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Your meridians and bones have been reshaped by the immortal herb, forcibly raising your potential ceiling. As long as you don't meet an untimely end, cultivating to rank 96, or even rank 97 in the future, is not impossible. Hearing the words, rank 97, Douluo's heart skipped a beat. That was a realm he wouldn't even dare dream of. In this world where titled Douluos are the pinnacle, the gap between each rank is like a chasm. Reaching above rank 95 makes one a colossal figure, enough to dominate the continent. Young Lord's great grace, Douluo will never forget it. Douluo's old face flushed red with excitement, and in his heart, he secretly rejoiced at his initial choice. Following such an unfathomably deep young lord was indeed the most correct decision he had made in his life. After placating Douluo, Yu Jingcheng turned his gaze to the middle-aged man who had been waiting on the side all along, his expression a mix of envy and nervousness. Doulu Xin, Douluo's only son, and also the father of Doulu Yan. At this moment, although he was also a Spirit King-level expert, his face was pale, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly also suffering greatly from the torment of the jade phosphorus snake poison. Doulu Xin, Yu Jingcheng spoke lightly. Your subordinate is here. Doulu Xin hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Having witnessed his father's earth-shattering transformation, he already revered this impossibly young lord, as if he were a deity. Yu Jingcheng flicked his wrist, and a golden ginseng, as thick as a baby's arm, appeared in his hand. As soon as this ginseng appeared, an overwhelmingly rich life force rushed forth. Just taking a single whiff made one feel invigorated, with all fatigue vanishing. This is the 10,000-year Ginseng King. Yu Jingcheng handed over the golden ginseng in his hand. Although its grade is slightly inferior to your father's Narcissus jade marrow bone, not considered a top-tier immortal herb, it is still enough to be called a heaven and earth treasure. Chapter 35. Clones 15,000-year cultivation. Encounter with the dark demonic evil god tiger. Its nature is mild and gentle, making it the most potent for nourishing origin chi, strengthening the foundation and cultivating the origin. Your body is currently depleted by toxins, it's a time of weakness where it cannot withstand overly potent supplements. If I were to give you too fierce an immortal herb, it would only harm you. But this 10,000-year King Ginseng is just right to replenish your deficits and lay a solid foundation for you. Doulu Xin trembled as he received the heavy King Ginseng, his eyes brimming with overwhelming gratitude. Thank you, young lord, for bestowing this treasure. Without any hesitation, Doulu Xin immediately sat cross-legged and began refining this 10,000-year King Ginseng. As the King Ginseng entered his mouth, it transformed into a torrent of warm currents that surged into his abdomen. Doulu Xin felt a vast yet gentle vitality instantly fill every parched cell. The meridians within his body, originally rendered fragile and vulnerable by the erosion of toxins, began to rapidly repair, becoming resilient and broad under the nourishment of this power. His originally pale complexion also visibly turned ruddy. Boom! Just half an hour later. Doulu Xin opened his eyes, feeling the unprecedented fullness of power within his body. He trembled with excitement. Thank you, Sect Master, for your grace of rebirth. Doulu Xin flipped over and stood up, then kowtowed heavily to Yu Jingcheng, his forehead striking the ground with a dull thud. Both father and son were now utterly devoted to Yu Jingcheng. Looking at the two kneeling figures before him, Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly, a flash of satisfaction crossing his eyes. With Douluo, a titled Douluo, holding the fort, plus Doulu Xin, his foundation in this world was now preliminarily established. Having absorbed the 10,000-year spirit bone and the 10,000-year King Ginseng, it would be no problem for Doulu Xin to cultivate to the titled Douluo level in the future. Next, Yu Jingcheng had Little Gold find a suitable 10,000-year spirit beast in the poison pond. After Doulu Xin absorbed its spirit ring, his spirit power surged from level 60 to level 65. Ice and fire yin-yang well. The clone, Little Golden Earth Dragon King, had now reached an age of 15,000 years. After continuously devouring several immortal herbs, the cultivation speed of little golden earth dragon king had greatly increased. Without a second thought, Yu Jingcheng decided to go to Sunset Forest to bring little golden earth dragon king to Stardow Great Forest. With little gold overseeing things, what kind of spirit beast with holy dragon of light bloodline couldn't they capture in Stardow Great Forest? Relying on devouring, before the main plot begins, this clone of his would definitely be able to cultivate to the 100,000-year level. Yu Jingcheng rode Little Gold back to their territory. However, the moment they stepped into the territory of the Golden Earth Dragon clan, a heart-palpitating evil aura faintly carried over with the wind. Roar! A tiger's roar filled with violence and frigidness shook the mountain forest. Yu Jingcheng frowned slightly, looking through the layers of branches and leaves. He saw that in the clearing at the center of the territory, several 10,000-year golden earth dragons responsible for guarding it were drenched in blood, trembling as they formed a circle. At the center of their encirclement was not some colossal creature, but a giant tiger, roughly 2 meters long, its body pitch black. This black tiger was extraordinarily strange. It lacked the patterned fur of ordinary tigers, its entire body was pure black without a single blemish. Only the king pattern on its forehead was an eerie gray. The most spine-chilling feature was its tail. It wasn't a tiger's tail, but a barb composed of countless bone segments, eerily similar to a scorpion's stinger, glinting with a cold light. On its back, it also bore a pair of huge black wings. With each gentle flap, the surrounding light seemed to be devoured, turning dim and dark. This is... Yu Jingcheng's pupils contracted sharply, then the corners of his mouth turned up wildly, his eyes erupting with an unprecedented light of greed. Dark demonic evil god tiger. I searched high and low, yet found it effortlessly. This legendary spirit beast is said to possess the ultimate evil attribute left by the evil god. It is extremely rare and has exceptionally high growth potential. Judging by its size and aura, this one's cultivation is probably between 12,000 and 20,000 years. For an ordinary spirit beast, that age would only place it in the middle ranks of Stardow Great Forest. But this is a dark demonic evil god tiger. At this age, its combat power is enough to rival top-tier spirit beasts of 80 or 90,000 years, and it could even hold its own against ordinary 100,000-year spirit beasts. To think such a generous gift awaits me the moment I return. Yu Jingcheng licked his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the black tiger as if looking at a moving treasure trove. Killing it would not only yield a top-tier spirit bone, but more importantly, that evil god pearl. The evil god pearl created Zhou Weiqing, helping him become a first-level god. Naturally, he couldn't let it slip away. At this moment, the dark demonic evil god tiger, which had been toying with the golden earth dragons, also sensed the terrifying pressure descending from above. It abruptly looked up. The cruelty and mockery in its blood-red eyes instantly vanished, replaced by deep fear. In the sky above, Little Gold's massive body blotted out the sky. The pure dragon pressure poured down like a great mountain. It was absolute suppression from the depths of its bloodline. Growl. Though ferocious, the dark demonic evil god tiger possessed intelligence far beyond the ordinary. It knew that this giant creature before it was absolutely not someone it could afford to provoke in its current state. Escape. Without any hesitation, the dark demonic evil god tiger violently flapped the wings on its back, transforming into a streak of black light. It directly abandoned its prey and fled frantically towards the depths of the forest. Trying to run, Yu Jingcheng sneered coldly and gently patted Little Gold's neck. Little Gold, stop it. Don't kill it. I want it alive. Roar. Little Gold let out a deafening dragon roar and violently beat its huge dragon wings. Whoosh. A terrifying golden hurricane instantly formed, like a solid wall of wind, directly sealing off all escape routes for the dark demonic evil god tiger. Immediately after, Little Gold's massive body dove down like a falling mountain. Its sharp dragon claws, accompanied by a screech that seemed to tear space, swiped fiercely towards the black streak of light. Boom! A loud crash. Although the dark demonic evil god tiger reacted extremely fast, barely twisting its body in midair to avoid a vital strike, it was still sent flying by the terrifying shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground and plowing a trench dozens of meters long. Roar! The dark demonic evil god tiger scrambled to its feet, its gray eyes flickering with madness and venom. A true dragon blocked the path ahead, and the earth dragon pack surrounded it from behind. No escape to the heavens, no entry into the earth. Its gaze swept rapidly across the scene, finally locking dead onto the human riding on the dragon's back. That human who didn't seem to have strong spirit power fluctuations and whose body appeared frail. In the logic of spirit beasts, to capture the bandits, first capture the king. And this human was clearly the weak point of this true dragon. As long as it killed this human, or took him hostage, this true dragon wouldn't dare act recklessly. Roar. The dark demonic evil god tiger let out a shrill roar, all the black fur on its body instantly bristling. A stream of gray chi surged madly from within its body, condensing into an eerie gray vortex in front of it. It stopped fleeing. Instead, it turned and charged fiercely towards Yu Jingcheng in the air. Chapter 36. The Life and Death Arena. Yu Jingcheng. Bet you didn't expect this. I'm possession. Holy Dragon of Light, come forth. Oh, coming for me. Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. Not only was he not the slightest bit flustered, but a hint of an amused smile appeared on his face. Trying to pick on a soft target. Too bad, you picked the wrong person. Just as the dark demonic evil god tiger was about to crash into Yu Jingcheng, the king character pattern on its forehead suddenly lit up with a blinding gray light. The gray light instantly expanded, transforming into a massive pillar of light that enveloped both itself and Yu Jingcheng. The surrounding space instantly solidified. Even Xiao Jin's descending dragon claw was frozen midair. An irresistible pulling force assailed them. The Life and Death Arena. This name flashed through Yu Jingcheng's mind instantly, but he didn't resist. Instead, he went with the flow of that pulling force, allowing himself to be dragged into that bizarre space. Light and shadow swirled. When his vision cleared again, Yu Jingcheng found himself standing on a massive arena. Around him was a void of darkness, with only the arena beneath his feet emitting a faint gray glow. And across from him, the dark demonic evil god tiger was crouched on the ground. The fear in its eyes had vanished, replaced by the cunning and cruelty of a successful plot. Within this space, the strength of both parties would be forcibly equalized. Even more terrifying, this tiger would also undergo rejuvenation, reverting to its peak state, while the human would revert to their childhood. You think you've won just by dragging me in here? Watching the dark demonic evil god tiger baring its fangs as it approached step by step, Yu Jingcheng slowly raised his right hand. Since you want to play, then I'll let you witness what true despair is. Boom. A radiance of golden light, dazzling to the extreme, erupted violently from Yu Jingcheng's body. Holy Dragon of Light, come forth. Roar. Accompanied by a passionate dragon's roar, a sacred and majestic holy dragon of light slowly materialized behind him. Within the Life and Death Arena, bizarre gray currents of air surged wildly. Yu Jingcheng felt his body become weightless. His previously well-fitting clothes instantly became incredibly loose and baggy, hanging limply on his frame. He looked down at his hands, which had turned fair, small, and even slightly chubby like a baby's, a strange curve lifting the corner of his mouth. 6 years old. So this is the rule of the Life and Death Arena, forcibly reverting both parties to childhood, pitting pure physicality and combat instinct against each other. And across from him, that originally imposing and majestic dark demonic evil god tiger had also undergone a drastic transformation. It had become a cub no more than half a meter long, looking like a large black cat. Although its size had shrunk, the ferocity in its eyes hadn't diminished in the slightest. If anything, its reduced size made it seem more agile and sinister. Grr. The juvenile dark demonic evil god tiger let out a low growl, its hind legs slightly bent, its sharp claws extended, gripping the ground tightly. In its inherited memory, human offspring were the most fragile. No spirit power, no spirit abilities, their physical bodies pathetically weak. And it, as a top-tier dark demonic evil god tiger, even in its juvenile state, possessed strength and speed far surpassing spirit beasts of the same rank, let alone shredding a 6-year-old human child. It could almost already see the beautiful scene of this human cub's throat being torn open, blood spraying everywhere. However, it didn't see even a trace of fear on this human cub's face. On the contrary, the little boy dressed in oversized clothes was looking at it with an expression as if gazing upon an idiot. Little tiger, your plan was quite clever. Yu Jingcheng's childish, milky voice echoed within the arena, sounding utterly non-threatening. Too bad you ran into me. A soul, that doesn't belong to this world. Before his words even faded, behind Yu Jingcheng, the spirit that should have regressed along with his body, or even been unable to manifest due to the lack of spirit rings, at this moment erupted with a terrifying fluctuation that made the entire arena tremble. Boom! Asterisk. Dazzling golden light instantly tore through the dim gray mist within the arena. The spirit, which should have been in a sealed, or juvenile, state, was actually completely ignoring the rules of the life and death arena. Because Yu Jingcheng was possession rebirth, his soul was mature. His spirit was a body-separating martial soul that followed his soul, not restricted by the bone age of this physical body. Roar! An earth-shaking dragon's roar exploded within the confined arena. The juvenile dark demonic evil god tiger, which had been poised to pounce, stiffened violently upon hearing this roar. Its limbs went weak, and it actually collapsed directly onto the ground. It looked up in terror. It saw, behind that human cub, coiled in midair, a holy dragon of light dozens of meters long, its body covered in dazzling golden scales, radiating boundless sacred majesty. The massive dragon head lowered, two golden dragon pupils like searchlights, gazing down coldly at the black kitten-like creature beneath its feet, as insignificant as an ant. What kind of evenly matched life and death contest was this? This was clearly a max-level character massacring the newbie village. How is this possible? Although the dark demonic evil god tiger couldn't speak, its wide, bulging eyes were clearly spelling out these words. The rules it prided itself on, the ultimate killing domain it relied on for survival, had become a complete and utter joke in the face of this human. Go! Yu Jingcheng raised his chubby little hand and gave a light wave. End this farce. Roar! Asterisk. The holy dragon of light let out a roar. It didn't even need to use any spirit ability. It simply pressed its massive body downward. The enormous dragon claw, carrying a whistling wind, swatted down towards the juvenile dark demonic evil god tiger as if crushing a fly. The dark demonic evil god tiger wanted to flee, but under the terrifying draconic pressure locked onto it by the holy dragon of light, it couldn't even twitch a finger. It could only watch helplessly as that sky-blotting golden dragon claw rapidly enlarged in its field of vision. Despair. Endless despair. Thud. Asterisk. A dull, heavy sound. The entire platform of the life and death arena shook violently. That once arrogant dark demonic evil god tiger, without even having time to let out a scream, was smashed into a pulp by the holy dragon of light's single claw. Extreme light attribute erupted instantly, purifying the evil dark power within its body until not a trace remained. Crack, crack, asterisk. With the death of the dark demonic evil god tiger, the bizarre gray space around them began to develop web-like cracks, rapidly collapsing like shattered glass. Outside, the previously solidified space instantly resumed its flow. Xiao Jin maintained its swatting posture, only to find its original target had vanished. In its place was a strange orb floating in midair. The orb was pitch black overall, emitting a faint evil aura. Yet, on its surface, cyan and blue halos swirled, making it appear extremely mystical. Chapter 37. The Evil God Pearl. The God of Evil is stunned. This person is too evil, he's exactly to my taste. Beside the bead, Yu Jingcheng's figure reappeared. His body had returned to its original size. Although his face was somewhat pale, his eyes were exceptionally bright. He stretched out his hand, and the bead obediently fell into his palm. It felt cool to the touch, carrying a strange, magical power. Dark demonic evil god pearl. Looking at the bead in his hand, Yu Jingcheng curled the corner of his mouth into a victorious smile. This is a treasure even Tang San couldn't obtain. With this, plus the corpse of this dark demonic evil god tiger. Yu Jingcheng turned his head to look at the lifeless corpse of the dark demonic evil god tiger on the ground, which still emanated a terrifying residual aura. Although it was smashed to death in the arena, the real-world corpse remained. Yu Jingcheng was just about to say something, pondering how to handle this treasure-laden corpse. But a golden figure was faster than him. Whoosh! Asterisk. Little Gold had already impatiently landed before the massive corpse of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Within its dragon pupils, which had begun transforming into pure platinum, there was now an unconcealed, intense desire. It lifted its head, looking at Yu Jingcheng with pleading eyes. A tender yet somewhat urgent thought, transmitted through the deep soul connection, entered Yu Jingcheng's mind. Brother, I want to devour this tiger's corpse. Hearing this, Yu Jingcheng couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Devour the dark demonic evil god tiger. One must know, Little Gold was currently evolving towards the ultimate light of the Holy Dragon of Light. Yet this dark demonic evil god tiger was the ultimate evil entity, a convergence of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space. The attributes of these two were fundamentally incompatible, completely opposite. But how intelligent was Yu Jingcheng? After a brief moment of astonishment, a flash of insight instantly crossed his mind, and he immediately understood. So what if the attributes conflict? Little Gold's awakened devour instinct was inherently an extremely domineering form of plunder. Even if it discarded the conflicting dark and evil attributes, just the exceptionally tempered, supreme quality physical body of the dark demonic evil god tiger and the immense life essence contained within it. For Little Gold, who was in its growth phase, this was simply a perfect, supreme tonic. As long as it could digest it, it would absolutely allow Little Gold's cultivation age to experience an incredibly terrifying surge. Alright, since you want to eat, then eat your fill. A glint of resolve flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes as he smiled and nodded, instructing, but be careful. Use your holy dragon of light bloodline to suppress its evil chi. Discard the dross and take the essence. Roar. Having received Yu Jingcheng's permission, Little Gold let out an excited low roar. It suddenly opened its already imposing, cavernous maw and bit down on the dark demonic evil god tiger's neck, beginning to feast heartily. Accompanied by teeth-grating tearing sounds, the incredibly tough flesh of the dark demonic evil god tiger was swallowed in large mouthfuls by Little Gold. Simultaneously, the golden light on Little Gold's body began to flicker like breathing, growing brighter and brighter. An astonishing energy fluctuation was wildly brewing within its body, and its size was visibly expanding. And at the very moment this once arrogant dark demonic evil god tiger met its complete demise, its corpse reduced to a meal on a plate. Beyond the Douluo continent, in that endless void realm transcending the mortal world. The god realm, deep within a magnificent temple filled with endless dark purple currents, emanating heart-palpitating majesty and an aura of destruction. Upon the throne, a majestic figure shrouded in endless shadows suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. The god of evil slowly opened his eyes, a trace of astonishment flashing within their profound depths. As one of the 5 god kings of the god realm, his perception was extraordinarily keen. Just a moment ago, he clearly sensed that on the Douluo continent, that wisp of origin aura intricately connected to him, had been severed. The dark demonic evil god tiger. That was a special species born when a wisp of his evil divine force descended upon the Douluo continent, causing a mutated white tiger to undergo a bloodline mutation. One could say, in a way, that beast was an unintentional representative he left behind in the mortal world. Due to its domineering and bizarre innate talents, it was typically invincible among its peers, even capable of challenging those above its level, making it extremely difficult to kill. Even when encountering overwhelmingly powerful foes, it could easily escape using its wind, lightning, and space attributes. The dark demonic evil god tiger of this generation actually died. The god of evil's voice echoed in the vast temple, carrying a note of intrigued interest. And it died so cleanly and decisively, without even a shred of room for struggle or escape. He understood the dark demonic evil god tiger's life-preserving methods all too well, especially that rogue-like life and death arena. Those capable of instantly annihilating it were rare in the lower realm. Interesting. A faint, almost imperceptible curve lifted the corner of the god of evil's mouth. The a very long time manchang lengthy, prolonged, replaced with long, for natural flow long years in the god realm were far too boring. This sudden misfortune Biangu change, incident, replaced with occurrence had rare nande de rarely, replaced with rarely piqued a sliver of his interest. He slowly raised his hand, his slender fingertip gently tracing a line through the void. The void before him rippled like water, transforming into a massive divine force water mirror. With eyes that seemed capable of piercing the barriers of all realms, filled with intense curiosity, the god of evil followed that newly severed thread of karma, casting his gaze towards the distant Star Do Great Forest on the Douluo continent. The god realm, the evil god's temple. Within the divine force water mirror, the scene Jingshang scene, view, replaced with scene of the Star Do Great Forest gradually clarified, finally focusing on the young human holding the dark demonic evil god pearl. It's this human boy. The god of evil narrowed his eyes slightly. His enormous Pangda Wu Pai, immense, colossal, replaced with vast and peerless divine sense pierced through the dimensional barrier without hindrance, probing Yu Jingcheng's details, background, replaced with background unreservedly, like peeling an onion. Upon probing, even the well-informed Jian Duo Shiguang, experienced and knowledgeable, replaced with well-traveled and knowledgeable god of evil, who had lived for countless eons, couldn't help but be stunned. Within his profound eyes, a rare look of extreme astonishment surfaced. What kind of freak is this? The god of evil couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath of the god realm's pure air, his tone full of disbelief. Under the insight, discernment, replaced with scrutiny of his divine sense, Yu Jingcheng's secrets were completely laid bare. Within this seemingly normal human shell was packed Baoguo, wrapped, enveloped, replaced with housed a human soul from another world. Even more outrageous, Lipu, outrageous, beyond reason, replaced with outrageous was that this soul hadn't directly possessed a body. Instead, it had first been reincarnated as a 100,000-year golden earth dragon king in the Stardo Great Forest. Instead of following the proper path of a 100,000-year spirit beast taking human form, this kid had taken an unorthodox route, directly using the soul of a 100,000-year spirit beast to forcibly perform a possession on a living human. And the target of the possession was none other than that Yu Shaogang, regarded as trash by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Not only that, he had even used his own origin as a 100,000-year golden earth dragon king to forcibly cleanse, replaced with purge this trash body, mutations beyond mutate, transform, replaced with mutating that pig-like creature that could only fart, replaced with release gas into a holy dragon of light at the pinnacle of the dragon clan. A human soul, a 100,000-year spirit beast, possession of trash, a holy dragon of light. Stringing this information together, the corners of the god of evil's mouth twitched violently. Outrageous, simply too outrageous. Since when did the Douluo continent produce such a lunatic who doesn't play by the rules? Chapter 38. Second Spirit, Dark Demonic Evil God Tiger. External Spirit Bone, Evil God Hook. Unlimited Devouring. The god of evil suddenly burst into laughter, the sound shaking the entire temple slightly. Not bound by worldly moral shackles, able to go to any extreme to become stronger, this hard nature, these methods. It's completely to my liking. The god of evil looked at Yu Jingcheng, his eyes filled with appreciation. The long years in the god realm made him feel incredibly bored. Those rigid, full of righteousness god position inheritors made him feel dull and uninteresting. But this, Frankenstein in front of him, acting evil and unconventional, was like a perfect work of art, making him excited as if discovering a new prey. Since you are so much to my liking, and you helped me clean up that incompetent half-hearted spokesperson. The god of evil's lips curled into a wicked, mad smile. Then I shall bestow upon you a heaven-sent fortune. As his voice fell, the god of evil slowly raised his right hand. At his fingertip, a wisp of dark purple chi condensed out of thin air. Evil divine force. Go. The god of evil flicked his finger. This wisp of evil divine force instantly pierced through the barrier between the god realm and Douluo star. It transformed into an invisible streak of light, heading straight for the Stardo Great Forest. In the Stardo Great Forest, Yu Jingcheng was watching Xiao Jin feast with great interest. He was toying with the cold dark demonic godly bead in his hand, still pondering its best use in his mind. Absorb it. But this evil god pearl had mixed attributes. The holy dragon of light had sacred and light attributes, so refining it for the dragon was definitely not suitable. Then he could only devour it himself. But Yu Jingcheng also planned to prepare for the awakening of his second spirit, the ice-fire golden body. However, what if the evil god pearl's attributes disrupted the ice and fire balance within his body, greatly increasing the difficulty of awakening the ice-fire golden body spirit in the future? Wouldn't that be bad? As Yu Jingcheng pondered, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Buzz. The evil god pearl in Yu Jingcheng's hand suddenly erupted with an extremely dazzling black-gray light. A terrifying pressure that made Yu Jingcheng's hair stand on end, as if even his soul would be frozen. Suddenly awakened from within the bead without warning. What is this? Yu Jingcheng's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively wanted to throw the bead away. But it was too late. That wisp of evil divine force from the god realm had already accurately injected into the dark demonic godly bead. Whoosh! The dark demonic godly bead seemed to come alive, transforming into a black lightning bolt, instantly breaking free from Yu Jingcheng's control. Before Yu Jingcheng could react, it directly plunged into his glabella. Ah! Yu Jingcheng grunted, his eyes widening abruptly. He had expected an extremely terrifying energy backlash, and had even prepared for his soul to be injured. However, the anticipated pain did not appear. Enveloped by that wisp of supreme evil divine force, the extremely violent and mixed attributes of evil, lightning, wind, time, and space contained within the dark demonic godly bead were instantly tamed and made docile. This incredibly vast energy, guided by the evil divine force, flowed like 100 rivers converging into the sea, forcibly integrating into Yu Jingcheng's limbs and bones in an extremely gentle yet irresistible manner, finally converging deep within his soul. This refining. Yu Jingcheng was filled with disbelief. He didn't even need to actively circulate his spirit power. His body was already completely absorbing this supreme treasure with the help of that mysterious power. Boom! The next moment, an extremely pure aura of darkness and evil erupted from Yu Jingcheng's body. This aura was so strong that even Xiao Jin, who was eating, stopped chewing in fright. Instinctively retreating a few steps, his eyes showing reverence. Behind Yu Jingcheng, black-gray mist violently surged, accompanied by a tiger's roar that shook the heavens. An enormous phantom of a dark demonic evil god tiger, with 2 wings on its back and a tail like an evil god hook, slowly condensed into form within the black mist. Its blood-red eyes exuded endless coldness and evil, lifelike, as if a true evil god had descended upon the world. Yu Jingcheng stood frozen, feeling the completely different yet perfectly controllable new power within his body. He slowly raised his hand, and in his palm, a black-gray thunder and storm intertwined, appearing and disappearing. Second spirit. Yu Jingcheng gasped, his voice trembling from extreme shock. I actually awakened a second spirit, dark demonic evil god tiger. And it's a super spirit. Extreme evil attribute. Yu Jingcheng even doubted whether the dark demonic evil god tiger itself possessed the extreme evil attribute. But after the evil god pearl was actively refined by him, his body gained the extreme evil attribute. But Yu Jingcheng hadn't yet fully processed it. He suddenly noticed an itch in his tailbone. Douluo Bo and Douluo Shin, the father and son standing not far away, were completely dumbfounded at this moment. That pure, extreme evil aura made Douluo Bo's heart palpitate. His jade phosphor serpent spirit, which he was so proud of, was now trembling under this pressure. As if it had encountered a natural enemy, and even the circulation of his spirit power became extremely sluggish. I didn't expect the sect master to actually awaken the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit. This poison is actually 100 times colder and more evil than my own poison. Douluo Bo gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. Douluo Shin, beside him, was even paler, retreating repeatedly. If Douluo Bo hadn't protected him, he would have likely collapsed on the ground under this pressure. Just as the father and son were about to say something, another unexpected change occurred. Yu Jingcheng felt the tingling sensation in his tailbone instantly intensify, turning into a tearing, swelling pain. Rip! Accompanied by a soft sound of tearing silk, a bone-chilling cold light suddenly appeared behind Yu Jingcheng. A bizarre long tail, several meters long, entirely dark black-gray, and composed of precise, bone-like segments, suddenly burst out from his tailbone. At the very end of that long tail was a gigantic barbed hook, shimmering with a faint cold light, like a grim reaper's scythe. Evil god hook. External spirit bone. Douluo Bo's eyes nearly popped out, and he exclaimed in shock. Spirit bones were already extremely rare treasures in the spirit master's world, sought but rarely found. And external spirit bones were the treasures among treasures, their rarity even surpassing 100,000-year spirit bones. What kind of heaven-defying luck did this kid have? Yu Jingcheng felt the evil god hook behind him, as controllable as his own arm, and an irrepressible ecstasy erupted in his eyes. This was precisely the top-grade external spirit bone that burst forth after absorbing the dark demonic godly bead. Through the sensation deep within his soul, Yu Jingcheng instantly understood the heaven-defying aspect of this external spirit bone. It perfectly inherited the dark demonic evil god tiger's most tyrannical, devouring, characteristic. As long as this evil god hook pierced into a spirit beast's body, it could continuously devour the opponent's flesh, spirit power, and even origin, to increase the spirit bone's age and cultivation. 39 Chapter 39 Soul Power surges to level 64. The evil god's hook devours all things, until it becomes a super artifact. Chapter 39. Spirit power skyrockets to rank 64. Evil god hook, devouring all things, until it becomes an ultra-divine artifact. Infinite growth. Yu Jingcheng's heart pounded uncontrollably. This meant that as long as there was enough nourishment, this evil god hook breaking the spirit bone's age limit was not a dream at all. Theoretically, it could even continuously devour and evolve, eventually transforming into a legendary ultra-divine artifact. Yu Jingcheng was overjoyed and was about to turn to say something to Douluo Bo and Douluo Xin. But his spirit power suddenly surged like boiling water, completely running wild. Boom, boom, boom. That evil divine force from the god realm, after helping Yu Jingcheng awaken his second spirit and absorb the external spirit bone, still had an extremely vast remnant. This extremely pure energy instantly broke through Yu Jingcheng's rank 56 bottleneck. Rank 57, rank 58, rank 59, rank 60. It was unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, Yu Jingcheng's spirit power crossed 4 ranks, forcefully reaching the threshold of a rank 60 spirit emperor. But this was not the end. After the remnant evil divine force circulated once within Yu Jingcheng's body, it suddenly burst out, gathering frantically above his head. The purplish-black light intertwined and compressed, actually forming a spirit ring out of thin air that exuded terrifying pressure. As the evil god pearl that amazing. After awakening my spirit, gaining the ultimate evil attribute, and the external spirit bone, the evil god hook, it can still give me a spirit ring. Yu Jingcheng was secretly astonished. He had thought that the dark demonic evil god tiger's cultivation was at most around 60,000 years. And this spirit ring, evolved from the evil god pearl, would at most be at the 10 to 20,000 year level. And he would be lucky if it reached the black 10,000 year rank. However, something unexpected happened. During the process of absorbing and solidifying this spirit ring, the purplish-black spirit ring not only didn't stop changing, but instead, like a bottomless pit, it frantically absorbed the free-floating energy from the surrounding world, even forcibly pulling over some hidden dark auras from deep within the Stardow Great Forest. The spirit ring's color became deeper and deeper, and its pressure grew more and more terrifying. 20,000 years, 30,000 years, 50,000 years, 80,000 years. Douluo Bo, standing by, was already numb with shock. He had lived most of his life and had never seen a spirit ring, after forming, still wildly increase its age limit without any reason. Finally, when a soul-shaking crimson blood light seeped out from the purplish-black spirit ring, the surging age limit finally stopped. Purplish-black intertwined with dazzling blood red, 100,000 year level. Buzz. The moment the 100,000-year spirit ring formed, a vast and unparalleled surge of energy instantly flowed back into Yu Jingcheng's limbs and bones. The spirit power bottleneck, originally stuck at rank 60, shattered like paper under the impact of this terrifying 100,000-year level energy. Rank 61, rank 62, rank 63, rank 64. It wasn't until rank 64 that the spirit power fluctuations within Yu Jingcheng's body finally slowly subsided. Yu Jingcheng slowly opened his eyes. One eye evil, one eye light. Light and dark twin spirits. The holy dragon of light automatically appeared, staring in disbelief at Yu Jingcheng, who was covered in evil aura. Douluo Xin clicked his tongue in his heart. Truly, a dragon and tiger battle. Yu Jingcheng took a deep breath, slowly calming the surging spirit power within his body. With a thought, the phantom images of the holy dragon of light and the dark demonic evil god tiger simultaneously retracted into his body. But only, the pitch-black evil god hook behind him still swayed restlessly in midair. A strong hunger and devouring desire, originating from the depths of his bone marrow, was constantly stimulating Yu Jingcheng's nerves through the evil god hook. Perfect, I'll use the dark demonic evil god tiger's corpse to test the evil god hook's devouring effect. Yu Jingcheng licked his lips, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes, and turned to look at where the dark demonic evil god tiger's corpse had fallen. However, this glance made the expression on his face instantly freeze. The originally enormous corpse of the dark demonic evil god tiger was now completely gone, not even a single tiger hair or a drop of black blood remained. Only little gold was lying on the spot, its originally crystal clear platinum scales gleaming with a satisfied luster. It was leisurely picking its teeth with its claws, and even let out a very human-like burp full of energy at Yu Jingcheng. Quote. Yu Jingcheng's mouth twitched violently a few times. This prodigal fellow. That was the corpse of a top-tier spirit beast containing extremely pure blood and flesh essence. It was just chewed up as a snack by this little guy. Little Gold, didn't you agree to let me eat it? However, on second thought, Little Gold was his foolish younger brother, so his flesh rotting in the pot and being devoured by it wasn't a loss. It was just that the hunger of his evil god Hook had been completely aroused. Not full, are we? Let's go, I'll take you for a big meal. Yu Jingcheng snorted coldly, the evil god Hook behind him cutting a sharp sound through the air. He called out to Douluo Bo and Douluo Shin, who were still in a daze, and taking Little Gold with him, he headed straight out of the Golden Earth Dragon clan's territory. This was, after all, his hometown. A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow, so to go on a killing spree, he naturally had to change locations. Half an hour later, a vast territory at the boundary between the outer perimeter and the mixed zone of the Stardow Great Forest. This place was occupied by a group of naturally cruel bloodthirsty demonic wolves, numbering in the dozens. Including several wolf kings whose cultivation had reached the 10,000-year level, forming a beast pack that even ordinary spirit Douluo would not easily provoke. But at this moment, this territory was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Roar! Little Gold floated in midair, its massive 5-meter-long body exuding a dazzling aura of light. Accompanied by a majestic dragon's roar, a terrifying bloodline pressure from a superior true dragon descended like Mount Tai pressing down. Below, the dozens of bloodthirsty demonic wolves, usually ferocious beyond compare, were all pressed firmly to the ground by this pure dragon might. Trembling violently, emitting terrified whimpers from their throats, unable to even conjure a thought of resistance. Well done. Yu Jingcheng walked leisurely to the front of the beast pack, his eyes cold and indifferent. Next, it's my turn. Swish. The evil god Hook behind Yu Jingcheng suddenly flared, transforming into a black lightning bolt too fast for the naked eye to catch. Instantly piercing into the body of the nearest 1,000-year bloodthirsty demonic wolf. Awoo. The demonic wolf only had time to let out a mournful wail, and then, a horrifying scene unfolded. The demonic wolf's robust body visibly shriveled rapidly. Its vitality, spirit power, and even its life origin were all forcefully and domineeringly extracted by the evil god Hook, continuously surging into Yu Jingcheng's body through the dark bone segments. In just 3 breaths, a 1,000-year spirit beast turned into a withered skeleton that scattered with the wind. Hiss. Douluo Bo and Douluo Shin, who were watching from behind, simultaneously gasped, feeling their scalps tingle and their hands and feet turn cold. Chapter 40. 30,000 Years. Evil God Domain, Evil God Protection, Dark Demonic Evil Thunder, Evil God Sting. This, what an overbearing and sinister method. Douluo Bo's voice trembled. He believed his own jade phosphorus snake poison was already vicious enough. But compared to this devouring power before him that directly drained life's origin, it was simply insignificant. Yu Jingcheng paid no heed at all. He closed his eyes, feeling the streams of pure energy being refined and absorbed by the evil god Hook. The strength of the external spirit bone was climbing at an unbelievable speed. Not enough, still not enough. Yu Jingcheng's eyes snapped open, the one filled with evil aura blazing with red light. Swish, swish, swish. The evil god Hook, like the scythe of death, transformed into a sky full of black afterimages in midair, madly reaping the bloodthirsty demonic wolves on the ground. 1,000 years, 5,000 years, 8,000 years. Even those few wolf kings at the 10,000-year level, suppressed by Little Gold's dragon might, had no power to fight back. They were mercilessly pierced by the evil god Hook, drained dry in an instant. 1, 10, 30, 50. As more and more spirit beasts were devoured, the evil god hook on Yu Jingcheng's back underwent a shocking transformation. Originally just black-gray bone segments, they had now become as crystal clear as obsidian, with faintly swirling dark purple evil demonic patterns on the surface. The cold gleam at the hook's tip even exuded a sharpness that seemed capable of easily tearing space itself. The moment the last 10,000-year Wolf King turned to dust. The evil god hook suddenly erupted with a violent hum, an extremely powerful spirit bone fluctuation soaring into the sky, instantly pulverizing the trees within a radius of several tens of meters. Yu Jingcheng let out a long, turbid breath, feeling the terrifying power brimming within the external spirit bone on his back. The corner of his mouth curled into a satisfied, maniacal smile. 30,000 years. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, having devoured dozens of high-level spirit beasts, the age of the evil god hook had been forcibly elevated to the terrifying level of 30,000 years. As long as he kept devouring, 100,000 years, or even surpassing 100,000 years, was within sight. Yu Jingcheng licked his lips, savoring the thrill brought by his rapidly swelling power. The desire to devour in his heart grew even stronger. Let's go to the next place. Somewhat impatient, Yu Jingcheng turned around, beckoning to Little Gold and the father and son, Douluo, behind him. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, guided by Little Gold's extremely acute Dragon Clan perception, they had locked onto their next target. A group of ghost shadow leopards, entrenched at the edge of a dark swamp. This group of ghost shadow leopards numbered over 100, were extremely fast, and exceptionally adept at concealment and assassination. Leading them was a ghost shadow leopard king, its size like a small hill, with cultivation nearing 50,000 years. Little Gold, this time you watch from the side. No need for you to release your pressure. Yu Jingcheng stopped the little golden earth dragon king who was about to step forward to clear the area, a flicker of eager battle intent in his eyes. Perfect timing to test the mettle of this second spirit of mine with them. As soon as the words fell, Yu Jingcheng's eyes suddenly turned profoundly deep. Black and white light alternated in their depths, ultimately completely swallowed by pure, ultimate evil and darkness. Dark demonic evil god tiger, possess. Roar. A terrifying tiger roar, as if from an ancient abyss, suddenly exploded over the swamp. Yu Jingcheng's body instantly grew taller, his muscles bulging. A layer of gray-black fur, interspersed with eerie, purple demonic patterns, appeared on his body's surface. The surrounding space seemed to slightly distort because of the ultimate evil aura emanating from him. Immediately after, a spirit ring emitting a suffocating blood-red light slowly rose from beneath his feet. 100,000-year spirit ring. That blinding crimson illuminated the entire dark swamp, making it resemble a hell of slaughter. As this, the pressure of 100,000-year spirit ring. Douluo's pupils contracted sharply. Pulling his son Douluo Shin, he retreated repeatedly, feeling as if his breath was about to stop. Just as that group of ghost shadow leopards were petrified by the pressure of the 100,000-year spirit ring, the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled into a cruel arc. Open black lens bracket evil god domain close black lens bracket, open. A layer of thick, impenetrable purple-black halo, centered on Yu Jingcheng, spread frantically in all directions like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the swamp within a radius of several hundred meters. The moment the domain took form, the light within this space was completely devoured, and the temperature plummeted. An aura of ultimate evil, coldness, and despair filled every corner. The ghost shadow leopard pack within the domain immediately let out terrified, miserable cries. Their proud speed and concealment abilities, under the absolute darkness and evil suppression of the evil god domain, were weakened by a full half. Even the circulation of spirit power within their bodies became extremely sluggish. In my domain, you are merely lambs to the slaughter. Yu Jingcheng sneered coldly. The crimson 100,000-year spirit ring on his body suddenly lit up. First 100,000-year spirit ability, open black lens bracket dark demonic evil thunder close black lens bracket. Crackle, boom, countless pitch black, violent thunderbolts, mixed with destructive wind and evil attributes, condensed out of thin air around Yu Jingcheng. With a single wave of his hand, those sky full of black thunderbolts, like a storm, indiscriminately bombarded in all directions. Boom 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 boom. Violent explosions shook the heavens, and miserable screams rose one after another. This dark demonic evil thunder was not only terrifyingly powerful but also carried an extremely overbearing armor-piercing and corrosive effect. Those 1000-year level ghost shadow leopards didn't even have time to scream before being turned to charcoal under the bombardment of the black thunder. With just one strike, over half of the 100+ ghost shadow leopards were dead or injured. Roar! Watching its clan being slaughtered, that 50,000-year cultivation ghost shadow leopard king's eyes turned blood red, completely falling into madness. Enduring the suppression of the evil god domain, it transformed into an afterimage, opened its bloody maw, and viciously bit down towards Yu Jingcheng's neck from the side and rear. The desperate counterattack of a 50,000-year spirit beast possessed power enough to tear apart an ordinary spirit saint. But Yu Jingcheng didn't even turn his head, merely willing it with a thought. Second 100,000-year spirit ability, open black lens bracket evil god protection close black lens bracket. A purple black light shield, condensed from pure dark demonic evil god divine force, instantly materialized around Yu Jingcheng. On the shield's surface, a lifelike phantom of a dark demonic evil god tiger roared towards the sky. Thud! The ghost shadow leopard king's teeth, capable of shattering metal and stone, bit down hard on the light shield, producing a grating screech. Not even a ripple appeared on the light shield. Instead, the leopard king was sent flying back by an extremely powerful recoil force, most of its fangs shattered. Defense is not bad. Next, it's time to eat. Yu Jingcheng turned around, looking at the leopard king flying backwards, the evil god hook on his back, as crystal clear as obsidian, suddenly raised high. External spirit bone skill, open black lens bracket evil god sting close black lens bracket. Crack crack, crack, accompanied by a teeth-grating sound of bone dislocation, the originally crescent moon curved evil god hook instantly underwent a form transformation in midair. The curved hook straightened, transforming into a sharp, cold gleaming purple spike over 10 feet long. Chapter 41. Evil God Hook advances to 60,000 years. A 10,000-year iron armor demonic bear right arm bone. In the instant it transformed from a hook into a spike, its speed broke the sound barrier, even tearing a pitch-black fissure in space. Thud! Asterisk. It gave the ghost shadow leopard king no chance to react whatsoever. The straight evil god spike traversed dozens of meters as if by teleportation, piercing the leopard king's head with pinpoint accuracy, nailing it firmly into the mire of the swamp. Devour! A brilliant red light flared in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. A terrifying suction force erupted from the evil god spike. The vast life origin and pure spirit power of the 50,000-year ghost shadow leopard king rushed into Yu Jingcheng's body along the straight bone spike like a bursting flood. Visibly, the leopard king's body rapidly withered, turning into a desiccated skeleton. After draining this 50,000-year spirit beast dry, the evil god spike on Yu Jingcheng's back curved back into a hook shape. The dark purple demonic patterns flowing on its surface grew even more profound, and the spirit bone's oppressive aura it emitted surged once more. In less than half a day, another territory in the outer to mid regions of the Stardow Great Forest had turned into a silent hell. Dozens of iron armor demonic bears, renowned for their defense and strength, now lay as lifeless, withered corpses strewn across the ground. Ha! Yu Jingcheng stood amidst the scattered bones, slowly exhaling a turbid breath. The evil god hook on his back, originally only about 10 feet long, had now swollen to a terrifying length of nearly 3 meters. Its entire body seemed forged from the purest violet black crystal, the sinister demonic patterns on its surface seeming to possess life, slowly flowing and pulsing along the bone segments. A heart-palpitating oppressive aura spread from the evil god hook, causing the surrounding air to crackle under the strain. 60,000 years. After successively devouring the entire spirit beast tribes of the bloodthirsty demonic wolf, the ghost shadow leopard, and this group of iron armor demonic bears, the age of this external spirit bone had finally, forcibly, crossed the threshold of 60,000 years. Such a horrifying rate of advancement, if made known, would be enough to drive the entire spirit master's world into a frenzy. Standing not far away, Douluo and his son Douluo Shin were now numb. The look in their eyes as they watched Yu Jingcheng held nothing but reverence and deep-seated fear. This method of treating 10,000-year spirit beasts as mere weeds and forcibly plundering their life origin was 100 times more domineering than even the most evil spirit masters. Master, there's another scale armor beast territory ahead. Should we Bo swallowed hard and asked tentatively. No need. With a thought from Yu Jingcheng. The terrifying evil god hook on his back instantly transformed into a violet-black streak of light, vanishing back into his spine. The extreme evil and darkness in the depths of his eyes rapidly faded, restoring their original clarity. He lifted his head, his gaze profound as he looked towards the deepest parts of the Stardo Great Forest. Now, the once noisy forest had fallen into an eerie, deathly silence. The consecutive annihilation of 3 mid to large spirit beast tribes, coupled with the dark demonic evil god tiger's undisguised aura of ultimate evil, had completely shattered the ecological balance of this area. Within a radius of dozens of miles, whether low-level spirit beasts of 10 or 100 years, or those 10,000-year spirit beasts entrenched in their own territories, all seemed to sense the arrival of some extremely terrifying, extinction-level natural enemy. They were frantically fleeing with their families in tow, desperately rushing towards the forest's outer edges or other directions. A beast tide was even beginning to take rudimentary shape. We've gone too far. Yu Jingcheng frowned slightly, calculating inwardly. The dark demonic evil god tiger spirit was indeed domineering, and the speed of its devour evolution was intoxicating. But this spirit's reputation in the spirit beast world was utterly foul. It was the true, public enemy of spirit beasts. If he continued to slaughter wantonly within this Stardo Great Forest, allowing the dark demonic evil god tiger's evil aura to spread unchecked, it would absolutely invite real, major trouble. For example, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, along with Xiao Wu and her mother. These 400,000-year spirit beasts would have absolutely zero tolerance for the dark demonic evil god tiger's aura. Once they detected that a dark demonic evil god tiger was madly slaughtering spirit beast tribes, Daming and Erming would undoubtedly charge out without hesitation, using all their might to pound him into paste. Although he had little gold and Bo with him, Yu Jingcheng truly wasn't afraid of them. But the Lake of Life still had DTN and those other vicious beasts. Although his clone was currently evolving towards a holy dragon of light, and he might be able to use that to establish a connection with DTN in the future. But now, if DTN discovered a human not only possessed the dark demonic evil god tiger spirit but was also wantonly devouring spirit beast origins, DTN probably wouldn't even give him a chance to explain, directly obliterating him, body and soul, with a single swipe of his claw. Greed leads to ruin. A 60,000-year external spirit bone is more than enough for me at this stage. At worst, I can continue in other spirit beast forests later. There's no need to risk hanging myself from a single tree. Yu Jingcheng decisively extinguished the tempting thought of continuing to devour. He turned his head to look at the obediently waiting little gold and the trembling Bo father and son. Suppress your auras. We leave here immediately. Yu Jingcheng's tone was flat, yet it carried an unquestionable authority. This is no place to linger. It's time to return to Heaven Do City. As he spoke, the corner of Yu Jingcheng's eye swept over a large iron-armored demonic bear skeleton at his feet. Amidst the grayish-white bones, a faint, heavy, earthy yellow glow flickered. Yu Jingcheng lightly flicked the tip of his toe. Whoosh! A bone emitting a robust spirit power fluctuation shot through the air, landing precisely in Bo's direction. Bo reflexively reached out and caught it. Looking closely, it was unmistakably a spirit bone the color of dark gold, shaped like a miniature bear arm. The earthy yellow halo flowing over it and that violent, heavy aura all proclaimed its quality. This is a freshly dropped 10,000-year iron armor demonic bear right arm bone. Yu Jingcheng casually brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeve, his tone indifferent. Although this spirit bone leans towards strength and defense, not a perfect match for your jade phosphorus snake poison attribute. The foundation of a 10,000-year spirit bone is enough to greatly enhance your physique and compensate for your weakness in close quarters defense. Consider it a reward for your diligent service during this time. Holding the heavy 10,000-year spirit bone in his hands, Bo was completely stunned. Overwhelmed by the favor, he had only just joined Yu Jingcheng's yet-to-be-established sect, and had already received so many treasures in succession. Thinking back now, his earlier all-in gamble had been absolutely correct. Loyalty. Recalling the terrifying scene of Yu Jingcheng slaughtering spirit beasts like a demon god descending, then looking at the priceless spirit bone in his hand, The fear in Douluo's heart was completely replaced by a fanatical reverence and unwavering loyalty. One hand wielded thunderous power, the other bestowed immense favor. Following a master like this, what worry could there be about elevating the Douluo family to become a top-tier family on the Douluo continent? Chapter 42. 89th level. Gu wrong. Old poison, you actually broke through to titled. And you haven't joined the 7 treasure glazed tile school yet. Many thanks for the sect master's reward. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the sect master, even if it means death 10,000 times. Douluo's voice trembled with excitement as he pulled his son, Douluo Shin, who was beside him. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, performing the most solemn oath of fealty. Although Douluo had made many gestures of loyalty before, now that Yu Jingcheng had given him another spirit bone, Douluo felt he should at least put on a show to make his attitude clear. Enough, dispense with these empty formalities. Yu Jingcheng waved his hand. Absorb it right here, I'll act as your protector. After absorbing it, we'll set off immediately. Yes, not daring to delay, Douluo immediately sat down cross-legged. Pressed the 10,000-year iron armor demon bear right arm bone against his own right arm, and began channeling his spirit power to guide and absorb it. A moment later, accompanied by a low bear's roar emanating from within Douluo's body, he abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of dark golden, heavy light passing over his right arm. He could clearly feel his right arm brimming with explosive power, even his overall physique and defensive capabilities had risen to a new level. Thank you, Sect Master. Douluo stood up and bowed respectfully once more, his eyes filled with barely suppressed joy. Yu Jingcheng gave a slight nod, said nothing more, and turned to look at Little Gold. Little Gold, your current size and aura are too conspicuous. Following me back to the human world would be inconvenient. Return first to the territory of the Golden Earth Dragon clan on the outskirts of the Stardow Great Forest. That is your base. After returning, continue to rule your clan, and at the same time, use your newly awakened devouring ability to secretly hunt down solitary light attribute spirit beasts, accelerating the transformation of your bloodline. Roar. Little Gold let out a low, submissive dragon's roar, its massive head affectionately nuzzling Yu Jingcheng's palm. Then, with a powerful beat of its wings, it stirred up a fierce gale, its huge body transforming into a streak of golden light that soon vanished. Let's go. Back to Heaven Do City. Yu Jingcheng flicked his sleeve and led Douluo and his son away. Outskirts of the Stardow Great Forest. Yu Jingcheng's footsteps suddenly halted. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing through the dense forest ahead. In his perception, an extremely powerful aura, yet one carrying hints of haste and disorder, was rushing towards their direction at an astonishing speed. Spirit power fluctuations at the Spirit Douluo level. Yu Jingcheng murmured softly. Almost simultaneously, Douluo, who had just absorbed the 10,000-year spirit bone and greatly increased in strength, also sensed the anomaly. His expression changed abruptly, his previously restrained aura instantly erupting. The pressure belonging to a titled Douluo faintly stirring. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a step forward, blocking Yu Jingcheng's front like an iron tower. Be careful, Sect Master. Douluo's gaze was sharp as lightning, fixed intently on the direction the aura came from, as he said in a deep voice. The newcomer is not weak and is approaching aggressively. This subordinate will intercept him. No matter, let's observe first. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. In just a short moment, accompanied by the loud crashes of trees snapping, a gray-black figure shot out from the depths of the dense forest like a gale, sending a flurry of leaves dancing into the air. The newcomer abruptly stopped, warily looking at Yu Jingcheng and the other two. Using the light filtering through gaps in the forest canopy, Yu Jingcheng made out the person's appearance. This was a man of extremely tall stature, but with a skeletal frame that was surprisingly large. His face was gaunt, his eyes sunken, exuding an aura of gloom and eeriness. Seeing this highly distinctive face, a name instantly flashed through Yu Jingcheng's mind. Bone Douluo, Gu wrong. However, Yu Jingcheng quickly shook his head inwardly, rejecting this title. Right now, he was still only a spirit Douluo. Moreover, he hadn't joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School yet. The earlier 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School segment has been revised. At this time, the sect master should not be Ning Fengji. Changed to Ning Fengji's mother, Ning Mylan, with Grand Elder Longhua, Spirit Earth Dragon, 96th level Super Douluo. The original work doesn't mention when Ji Yurong joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The comic version seems to have a slightly different setting. We'll go with this setting here. Just as Yu Jingcheng was pondering to himself, Douluo Bo, blocking the front, let out a soft sound of surprise tinged with astonishment. It's actually him. Douluo Bo slightly turned his head and reported to Yu Jingcheng in a lowered voice. Sect Master, I know this person. His name is Ji Yurong. His spirit is the extremely rare mutated spirit, Bone Dragon. His current spirit power should be that of an 89th level spirit Douluo, just one step away from titled Douluo. This old fellow usually moves like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. I didn't expect to run into him here. Just as Douluo Bo was introducing him to Yu Jingcheng, Ji Yurong on the opposite side also recovered from his state of rapid flight. Flickering, dark green light shone from his sunken eye sockets as his gaze instantly locked onto Douluo Bo, who was blocking the front. Old poison, Ji Yurong exclaimed in shock. Both being famous powerhouses in the Spirit Master's world, they naturally had dealings with each other. In Ji Yurong's impression, although Douluo Bo's poison skills were troublesome, he had always been tormented by the backlash of his own toxins, making his cultivation progress extremely slow. But now, Ji Yurong stared intently at Douluo Bo, sensing the spirit power fluctuations emanating from him. His face was filled with astonishment. This aura definitely surpassed the limits of a spirit Douluo. You actually broke through to titled Douluo. Ji Yurong's bulging eyes widened, his voice distorted by extreme shock. How is that possible? You're poison. He knew all too well how severe the hidden dangers within Douluo Bo's body were. How could he not only resolve the backlash, but also cross the chasm countless spirit masters dream of in such a short time? Seeing Ji Yurong's expression as if he'd seen a ghost, Douluo Bo couldn't help but feel a surge of intense secret delight and pride. Subconsciously straightening his back, he glanced with reverence at the corner of his eye towards Yu Jingcheng behind him, before turning his gaze back to Ji Yurong. Douluo Bo crossed his arms, looking down at Ji Yurong with a mocking sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Ji Yurong, this old man's breakthrough to titled Douluo is naturally due to my own fortune. But as for you, old bones. Douluo Bo looked Ji Yurong up and down, taking in his somewhat disheveled appearance, raised an eyebrow, and inquired. You, a dignified 89th level spirit Douluo, running around the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest like a stray dog. Moving so fast, what exactly is the reason? Did you perhaps offend some titled powerhouse and are being hunted? Hearing Douluo Bo's barbed teasing. Under normal circumstances, Ji Yurong would definitely have retorted a few words. But at this moment, Ji Yurong only let out a bitter laugh, his face full of ill fortune and exhaustion. Ji Yurong heaved a long sigh, shook his head, and said, Don't mention it, old poison. Do you think I want to run this ragged? A few days ago, I had my eye on a high-quality 10,000-year spirit bone, intending to seize it as an opportunity for my breakthrough to titled Douluo. Who would have thought that halfway through, someone would butt in, and I ended up offending people from the Spirit Hall. Chapter 43. Taking in Ji Yurong. Yu Jingcheng displays his strength. Douluo Bo, the sect master is the Holy Dragon. Ji Yurong gritted his teeth, a lingering fear flashing in his sunken eye sockets. Originally, I wouldn't have feared an ordinary elder of Spirit Hall, but I ran into that old freak Yin Yu. As a result, not only did I fail to get the spirit bone, but I also stirred up a lot of trouble and almost lost my old life. To escape Spirit Hall's pursuit, I could only flee all the way here to the Stardo Great Forest to lay low. Yin Yu, hearing this, Douluo Bo's playful expression instantly vanished. He suddenly understood, and his demeanor became more solemn. He turned around, bowing slightly, and respectfully explained to Yu Jingcheng, who had been standing with his hands behind his back. Sect Master, this Yin Yu is no ordinary person. He is the right-hand man of Qian Zunji, the current Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. His cultivation is unfathomable. He is a genuine level 95 Super Douluo. It's already a miracle that this old bone, Ji Yurong, managed to escape from his hands. In the original work, He was one of the two titled Douluo who pursued Tang Hao with Qian Zunji and died under Tang Hao's hammer. The anime setting is Zhuge, and they didn't die. Here, we follow the original work, mainly to serve the plot. This address of Sect Master made Ji Yurong's heart suddenly tremble. His emerald eyes instantly widened, looking at Yu Jingcheng in disbelief. Who was Douluo Bo? He was famously reclusive and arrogant, even ignoring the Heaven Do Empire's imperial family when they actively tried to recruit him. Now, not only had he broken through to titled Douluo, but he was also so respectful to a young man who appeared to be only in his early 20s, even willing to pledge allegiance. What was the background of this young man? Yu Jingcheng took in Ji Yurong's shock, merely nodding slightly, his expression as calm as water, and replied faintly. I know. Of course, he knew who Yin Yu was and understood the significance of a level 95 Super Douluo. But at this moment, Yu Jingcheng's thoughts were not at all on Spirit Hall's pursuers. His gaze, as if substantial, fell upon the somewhat disheveled Ji Yurong before him, a faint glint quietly flashing in his deep eyes. A brilliant idea quickly formed in his mind. Currently, Ji Yurong was only an 89th level Spirit Douluo, just one step away from titled Douluo. More importantly, he was currently a homeless loose cultivator, not yet having joined the 7 treasure glazed tile school to become Ning Fengji's guardian. Moreover, he was now facing pursuit from a Spirit Hall Super Douluo, at the lowest point of his life, most in need of protection. Providing help in times of need always earns more unwavering loyalty than adding embellishments to perfection. This is simply an excellent opportunity to recruit someone, delivered right to my doorstep. Yu Jingcheng mused to himself. Previously, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, unfortunately, crossed his bottom line. They died at the hands of Iron Head. Now, Ji Yurong has appeared. Isn't this a free top-tier fighting force? He had just subdued the poison Douluo Douluo Bo. If he could seize this opportunity to also bring the future bone Douluo Ji Yurong under his command. 1 poison, 1 bone, 2 top-tier mutated spirit powerhouses. With this lineup, even against the upper 3 sects, he would have ample confidence. Thinking of this, Yu Jingcheng's lips curled up slightly, forming a subtle smile. Yu Jingcheng took half a step forward, his gaze fixed on Ji Yurong, whose face was filled with doubt and uncertainty. His tone was calm, his expression composed, as he said. Senior Ji Yu, since Spirit Hall is pressing so hard, the Stardo Great Forest might not necessarily be able to protect you completely. Ji Yurong's eyes flickered upon hearing this. He scrutinized Yu Jingcheng, his heart filled with curiosity. Oh, Ji Yurong raised his sparse eyebrows, asking in a hoarse voice. Listening to your tone, young one, could it be that you have a way to protect this old man in the Stardo Great Forest? Who exactly are you? Yu Jingcheng didn't answer directly, but instead, a faint smile played on his lips. He slightly turned his head and gave Douluo Bo beside him a look. Douluo Bo instantly understood. Douluo Bo immediately stepped forward, blocking Yu Jingcheng's side. His playful demeanor towards Ji Yurong had diminished, replaced by a proud expression, as if sharing in an honor, and he announced loudly. Old Bone, show some respect. The one standing before you is no ordinary junior. Douluo Bo paused, then said, word by word. This is the Holy Dragon, who rose to fame in Heaven Do City some time ago, causing a stir among various major powers. And also the sect master to whom this old man has now sworn allegiance, Yu Jingcheng. Holy Dragon. Ji Yurong's pupils suddenly contracted, his already protruding eyeballs widening even further, as he exclaimed in surprise. Is that the rumored monster genius who possesses the body-separating martial soul Holy Dragon of Light? And who broke through the limit by absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring at only the 4th ring? Even though Ji Yurong had been constantly on the run and avoiding pursuit during this period. The legend of the Holy Dragon in Heaven Do City was too widespread, even he, a free-spirited wanderer, had heard of it. He had always thought it was just exaggerated hearsay circulating among the common folk. Yu Jingcheng looked at Ji Yurong's shocked expression, chuckled softly, and calmly spoke. The rumors might be a bit exaggerated, but largely, they are correct. With that, Yu Jingcheng stopped speaking nonsense and directly took a step forward. Buzz. Accompanied by a clear dragon roar, dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Yu Jingcheng's body. A holy dragon of light, covered in white gold scales and exuding a sacred and inviolable aura. Roared, as it emerged behind Yu Jingcheng. That pure dragon might, belonging to a superior true dragon, swept out in all directions like a substantial tide, pressing down on the surrounding leaves, making them rustle. Immediately after, under Ji Yu Rong's incredible gaze, 5 spirit rings slowly rose from beneath Yu Jingcheng's feet, pulsating up and down. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black. Especially those last 2 10,000-year spirit rings, which stung Ji Yu Rong's eyes. This is actually true. Ji Yu Rong gasped, even subconsciously taking half a step back, a tempest raging in his heart. Body separating martial soul, such pure light attribute, and that 4th 10,000-year spirit ring, which broke the iron rule of the spirit master's world, as well as his current genuine 5-ring spirit king cultivation. Such talent was simply unheard of, unseen. Just as Ji Yu Rong's worldview was being strongly impacted, Douluo Bo timely dropped an even bigger bomb. He crossed his arms, looking at Ji Yu Rong's inexperienced appearance, snorted coldly, his tone filled with undisguised reverence and fanaticism. Old bone, does this scare you already? The sect master's talent is just the tip of the iceberg. Douluo Bo lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. You think this old man broke through to titled Douluo by himself? Let me tell you, the teacher behind the sect master is a reclusive super Douluo. His strength is unfathomable. This old man was able to resolve the backlash of the jade phosphorus snake poison that had plagued him for decades, and break through the shackles to the titled Douluo realm in one fell swoop, even obtaining a 10,000-year spirit bone. All of this is thanks to the sect master's generous help and grace. Chapter 44. Ji Yu Rong, you wouldn't want to fail to break through to titled Douluo, would you? The bestowal of the black jade divine bamboo. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and indifferent. Before he could even open his mouth to speak, Douluo Bo, standing beside him, could no longer contain himself and continued his torrent of words. At this moment, Douluo Bo's words carried a peculiar sense of reverence and fervor towards Yu Jingcheng. Old bone, do you think my 9th spirit ring fell from the sky? Douluo Bo sneered coldly, a flicker of awe flashing in his eyes. I've been stuck at the 89th rank for many years. If not for the sect master's introduction, and his ability to invite his reclusive super Douluo master to personally take action, hunting down an exceptionally formidable 10,000-year spirit beast for me, where would I find the glory I have today? As he spoke these words, a sharp glint flashed deep within Douluo Bo's eyes. He deftly and completely concealed the existence of little gold. He understood the principle that while a common man's innocence is not a crime, possessing a priceless treasure makes him guilty. Once news of a 100,000-year spirit beast leaked out, it would inevitably incite a frenzy across the entire spirit master's world. Therefore, with extreme cunning, he transferred the terrifying feats and oppressive aura of little gold, attributing them instead to the fictional, super Douluo master, Yu Jingcheng had concocted. Hearing Douluo Bo's improvisation, Yu Jingcheng maintained a placid expression on the surface, but a flicker of surprise passed through his heart. However, this flicker of surprise instantly transformed into profound satisfaction. This old poison is quite a clever fellow. Yu Jingcheng nodded inwardly. Douluo Bo had received numerous benefits from him, detoxification, bestowed medicines, yet, far from becoming arrogant and forgetting himself, he knew to actively protect the core secret, using the tiger's skin as a banner. Such ability to read the situation and handle matters truly lived up to his status as a titled Douluo. And at this moment, Ji Yu Rong, standing opposite them, felt a buzzing in his head. He was somewhat dizzy and disoriented. A reclusive super Douluo. Ji Yu Rong swallowed hard. What did the concept of a super Douluo even mean? It referred to existences at rank 95 and above. The number of publicly known super Douluos across the entire continent could be counted on 2 hands. Any one of them, if brought out, would be a nuclear weapon capable of shaking the continent. Could it be that behind Yu Jingcheng stood such a formidable figure? Ji Yu Rong instinctively wanted to doubt it. But when his gaze fell upon the tangible titled Douluo pressure emanating from Douluo Bo's body, and the glaring 4th and 5th 10,000-year spirit rings beneath Yu Jingcheng's feet, all his doubts were forcibly swallowed back down. How foul-tempered and inherently proud this old poison Douluo Bo was, Ji Yu Rong knew all too well. if he hadn't personally witnessed some kind of irresistible, terrifying power. How could this old poison possibly be willing to serve as a lackey for a young man barely in his 20s? Douluo wasn't lying. Behind Yu Jingcheng, there was definitely something terrifying. Seeing the ever-changing, shock-stricken, and somewhat stupefied expression on Ji Yurong's face, Douluo knew the timing was about right. He slightly raised his chin and, on behalf of Yu Jingcheng, tossed out that fatal olive branch. Old bone, we can be considered to have some acquaintance. Your current predicament can be described as having no path to heaven and no door to earth. Since that old monster Yin Yu has set his sights on you, even if you escape the Stardo Great Forest, the Spirit Hall's pursuit order will follow you like a shadow. You'll never have a peaceful day for the rest of your life. Douluo's tone shifted, carrying a hint of temptation and pride. But if you nod your head now, swear allegiance to the sect master, and join us. What is a mere Yin Yu? With the sect master's super Douluo master backing him, even if you gave the Spirit Hall 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare touch a hair on your head. Not to mention, Douluo lowered his voice, his tone filled with enticement. You've been stuck at the 89th rank for quite a few years now, haven't you? As long as you perform meritorious service, whatever small favor the sect master deigns to bestow from between his fingers, helping you shatter this final shackle and achieve titled Douluo status, would be as easy as turning over his hand. Life or death, breakthrough or waiting for death, old bone, the choice is yours. Old bone, you wouldn't want to continue being hunted, unable to break through to titled Douluo, would you? Faced with Douluo's combined tactics of pressure and temptation, his words both threatening and alluring, Ji Yurong's expression shifted unpredictably. He ignored Douluo's ultimatum and instead fixed his gaze intently on Yu Jingcheng, who remained standing with hands behind his back, his expression calm and indifferent. This sect master. Ji Yurong's voice was hoarse, carrying a tremor and a sliver of hope he couldn't quite conceal. Is what old poison said true? Ji Yurong took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a monumental decision, and spoke word by word. You, or the Super Douluo Senior behind you, do you truly have a way to help me break through this bottleneck and assist me in reaching titled Douluo? If you can truly accomplish this. Ji Yurong suddenly clasped his fists together, the bones in his knuckles emitting crisp cracking sounds. I, Ji Yurong, will pledge this old life of mine to your sect from this day forward, without a single trace of disloyalty. Hearing Ji Yurong's near oath-like declaration, Yu Jingcheng maintained his facade of inscrutable profundity on the surface, but inwardly, he was already ecstatic. Success. Yu Jingcheng was secretly thrilled. This was the future Bone Douluo, the world's #1 defense-type spirit master. If he could bring him under his command, his newly established force would instantly possess the combat power of 2 titled Douluo-level experts. As for helping Ji Yurong break through to titled Douluo, for him, this was practically a certainty. Not to mention that Ji Yurong's breakthrough to titled Douluo was only a matter of time, sooner or later. Moreover, he still had several immortal herbs in his possession. Among the remaining immortal herbs, there happened to be one particularly suited for Ji Yurong, the Black Jade Divine Bamboo. This immortal herb was incredibly resilient, containing within it the essence of extreme sturdiness and a yin-like tenacity. It was a match made in heaven for Ji Yurong's bone dragon spirit. Once consumed, forget about a mere 1-rank bottleneck in spirit power. Even his future spirit origin would undergo a transformative, bone-deep enhancement. Thinking of this, a confident and composed smile curled at the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth. He looked at Ji Yurong, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. Senior Ji Yu, you speak too gravely. Since I dared to have Elder Douluo extend an invitation to you, I naturally have absolute confidence. Yu Jingcheng slightly raised his hand, releasing a faint, almost imperceptible pressure of the Holy Dragon of Light, subtly intimidating Ji Yurong's mind. As long as you nod your head today and join my sect, I can not only guarantee your safety from Yin Yu of the Spirit Hall's pursuit, but I can also bestow upon you an opportunity immediately. This chasm of the 90th rank that has hindered you for years, I will level it for you directly. Yu Jingcheng's gaze burned with intensity as he confidently promised. Once you enter the sect, I have the means to immediately assist you in directly ascending to the 90th rank threshold. Immediate breakthrough. Ji Yurong's pupils constricted sharply, his heart pounding violently. He had initially thought the other party would promise to help him within a few years, or slowly build him up using extremely precious resources. He never expected Yu Jingcheng to dare make such a resolute promise. If anyone else had said this, Ji Yurong would have scoffed in disdain. Chapter 45. Ji Yurong breaks through to level 90. From now on, I'll fight wherever the sect master points. But seeing Douluo beside him, who had been completely reborn with explosively increased strength, and then looking at Yu Jingcheng's steady, unshakable, and confident demeanor, the scales in Ji Yurong's heart tipped completely. The desperate situation of being hunted by the spirit hall, coupled with the extreme temptation of breaking through to become a titled Douluo. This wasn't even a choice. Good. Without a second thought, Ji Yurong immediately dropped heavily to one knee, lowering his proud head, and declared in a resonant voice. Your subordinate, Ji Yurong, pays his respects to the sect master. From this day forward, I am willing to serve the sect master with the utmost loyalty, braving all dangers and hardships without hesitation. Good. Senior Ji Yu, please rise quickly. Ecstatic internally, Yu Jingcheng maintained a calm and composed demeanor on the surface, reaching out to help Ji Yurong up. Bone Douluo's allegiance was secured. He finally had a second titled level combatant under his command. Without the slightest delay, Yu Jingcheng flicked his wrist and retrieved the black jade divine bamboo. Instantly, an extremely tenacious and profound aura spread through the air. It was a section of bamboo, pitch black as ink, as if carved from the finest black jade, translucent yet emanating an ancient, unyielding, and resilient yin energy. Around its joints, faint streams of black light swirled, as if even the surrounding space was about to be pierced by its extreme solidity. Ji Yurong's eyes instantly went wide. He could even clearly feel his long-dormant bone dragon spirit within him, now emitting waves of intensely longing dragon roars, as if it had encountered its destined, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This aura. Ji Yurong stared fixedly at that section of black jade divine bamboo, his breathing rapid, his eyes nearly bulging out. With his discernment and perception, how could he not judge that? This was absolutely a supreme heaven and earth treasure capable of cleansing his marrow, refining his foundation, and shattering the shackles of the 90th level. This object is called the Black Jade Divine Bamboo, a transcendent immortal herb that seizes the creation of heaven and earth. The ultimate tenacity and yin soft energy contained within it are a perfect match for your bone dragon spirit. Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly and casually handed this priceless immortal herb to Ji Yurong. Senior Ji Yu, since you have joined my sect, this is my welcoming gift to you. Please sit cross-legged right here and refine it. Elder Douluo and I will act as your protectors here, ensuring no one disturbs your breakthrough. Ji Yurong instinctively took the black jade divine bamboo with both hands, but he froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Just like that, given this kind of peerless immortal herb, which could stir up a bloody storm in the spirit master's world and make countless titled Douluo fight tooth and nail for it, was just handed over to him so casually, so matter-of-factly. Ji Yurong looked at Yu Jingcheng with utter disbelief in his eyes. For decades, as a loose cultivator struggling in the spirit master's world, he had experienced countless deceptions, betrayals, and schemes. He was aloof and proud by nature, but he also deeply understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. In his original expectations, even if he swore a solemn oath to join Yu Jingcheng's ranks, the other party would inevitably subject him to numerous tests and trials first, even sending him on several extremely dangerous missions as a pledge of allegiance, before slowly bestowing some resources. He had even prepared himself for long-term suppression and testing. But he never, ever expected that Yu Jingcheng wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. No probing, no intimidation, not even making him sign some binding contract. Directly, stuffing this immortal herb, which could elevate him to the heavens in one step, right into his arms. What kind of boldness was this? What kind of trust was this? An indescribable warmth suddenly washed over Ji Yurong's heart, which had long been as cold and desolate as dead wood. Sect Master. Ji Yurong's hands trembled slightly as he tightly gripped that section of black jade divine bamboo, his eyes unconsciously turning slightly red. A scholar will die for one who appreciates him. He took a deep breath, refraining from any more empty, fancy words, and instead bowed deeply to Yu Jingcheng once more. This time, it was no longer a compromise born of desperation, but genuine admiration and gratitude from the depths of his soul. The sect master's grace in bestowing this treasure, Ji Yurong will never forget it, even to the end of my days. If I can break through today, this old life of mine will be entirely at the sect master's disposal from now on. With that, Ji Yurong turned without hesitation, found a flat, open spot, sat down cross-legged. Swallowed the black jade divine bamboo in one gulp, closed his eyes, and began to channel the immense medicinal power of the immortal herb with all his might. Watching this scene from the side, Douluo's lips curled into a faint smile. He understood the mindset of proud, solitary loose cultivators like Ji Yurong all too well. Yu Jingcheng's unreserved act of generosity had thoroughly won over this old bone's heart. The sect master employs excellent tactics. Using sound transmission, Douluo praised Yu Jingcheng. Then, poisonous mist churned around him as he consciously spread out to stand guard, acting as a protector for Ji Yurong. Yu Jingcheng stood to the side with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes full of satisfaction. Bone Douluo had taken his place. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. The originally cold, gloomy aura emanating from Ji Yurong's body began to undergo a qualitative transformation. The vast, medicinal power of the black jade divine bamboo transformed into wisps of extremely pure black qi, coursing through his limbs and bones. Roar! A low, majestic dragon roar emanated from within Ji Yurong's body. In the void realm behind him, the faint silhouette of a massive bone dragon flickered. The originally pale, rough bones now, under the baptism of the medicinal power, faintly gleamed with a layer of black luster, as warm and unyielding as ink jade. Though it was still a bone dragon, its essence had changed. Crack! Asterisk. It was as if some invisible shackle was instantly shattered. A formidable pressure far surpassing the spirit Douluo level erupted from Ji Yurong like a storm, sweeping outwards in all directions. The surrounding grass and trees bowed under this pressure, and even Douluo, standing guard nearby, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Level 90. Not only that, Yu Jingcheng keenly sensed that the spirit power fluctuations within Ji Yurong's body were still incredibly abundant. If not for the lack of a ninth spirit ring, the sheer residual medicinal power of this black jade divine bamboo alone would likely be enough to push Ji Yurong's spirit power directly to level 91, or even level 92. Whether it's a total increase of 1 level or 2 levels. For Ji Yurong, it was an extremely good outcome. Whoosh! Ji Yurong's eyes snapped open. Feeling the surging spirit power within his body, now several times stronger than before. Ji Yurong's withered hands trembled violently with excitement. He had broken through. He had truly broken through to that supreme realm countless spirit masters dream of but never reach in their entire lives. From today onward, he was no longer that loose cultivator spirit Douluo hunted by the spirit hall like a stray dog. Once he obtained a spirit ring, he would be a true titled Douluo. Ji Yurong abruptly stood up, not even bothering to brush off the dirt on his clothes, and strode over to Yu Jingcheng. He lowered his head, his face filled with fervor, and saluted with clasped hands, saying gratefully, "Thank you, sect master, for bestowing such a heaven and earth treasure. Not only did I manage to break through to level 90, but my spirit has also undergone a transformation." Ji Yurong suddenly lifted his head, his face etched with determination and absolute loyalty, and declared resoundingly, "From this day forward, this old life of Ji Yurong's belongs to the sect master. Wherever the sect master's sword points, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, even if it's the supreme pontiff palace of the spirit hall, this subordinate will surely become the sect master's most unbreakable bone shield and sharpest bone spear, daring 10,000 deaths without hesitation." Chapter 46. Ji Yurong reaches level 93. The Yin-Yang sect, recruiting disciples widely, did Shrek's core team run to me? Seeing Ji Yurong's attitude, Yu Jingcheng no longer held back. He led the group back to the territory of the Golden Earth Dragon clan. With Little Gold leading the way, they hunted another 91,000-year-old void realm mantis. Ji Yurong's greatest characteristic was spatial shuttle. For this, they needed to find a spirit beast with spatial attributes, and its age couldn't be too low either. It truly took quite some effort. After absorbing the spirit ring, Yu Jingcheng then gifted Ji Yurong the previously obtained 25,000-year-old ghost tiger right leg bone. Ji Rong's spirit power broke through to level 93 in one go, directly surpassing Douluo Bo, who was at the peak of level 92. Ji Rong was practically on the verge of shouting his loyalty. As for his titled name, Ji Rong didn't hesitate, choosing a single character, Bone. Yu Jingcheng had decided on the sect's name. He named it Yin Yang Sect. Initially, Yu Jingcheng had considered naming it Sacred Dragon Sect, but that name was already taken by the Tuoba family, whose spirit was the White Armor Earth Dragon. Yu Jingcheng simply used his own spirit's characteristics as the reason. The Holy Dragon of Light represented sanctity, the dark demonic evil god Tiger represented evil. Sanctity and evil intertwined. Call it the Light and Dark Sect. That had no prestige whatsoever. He simply settled on the name Yin Yang Sect. Douluo Bo, Douluo Shin, and Ji Rong were all very satisfied with this. It was also directly decided that Douluo Bo and Ji Rong would serve as the Yin Yang Sect's Grand Elders. Yu Jingcheng, as the sect master, and Douluo Shin, with his spirit emperor cultivation, would serve as an elder. However, currently, the Yin Yang sect was still just a makeshift setup. It had no sect headquarters, no reputation, only these few of them as bare-bones commanders. This wouldn't do. Yu Jingcheng's group quietly returned to Heaven Do. Since they had formally established a sect, they naturally couldn't continue living like loose cultivators with no fixed abode. Douluo Bo directly used his family's resources to purchase a vast, serene, and continuous stretch of mountain land on the outskirts of Heaven Do City, to serve as the founding headquarters of the Yin Yang sect. As for the massive project of constructing the sect buildings, that naturally had to be entrusted to professionals. Douluo Bo, as the newly appointed Grand Elder of the Yin Yang sect, rightfully took on this task. He immediately set his sights on the defense clan. When Douluo Bo approached them, Niu Gao, clan chief of the defense clan, was initially somewhat resistant to working for an obscure Yin Yang sect he had never even heard of. But when Douluo Bo revealed his cultivation level, and directly slammed a storage spirit tool filled with several million gold coins on the table, Niu Gao's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Senior Douluo, rest assured. We take the money, we do the job right. Niu Gao patted his granite hard chest, swearing a solemn guarantee. Give my defense clan 3 months, and I guarantee we'll build a fortress-like, supremely majestic sect headquarters for the Yin Yang sect. The defense clan truly lived up to being the Douluo continent's top architectural masters. With the arrival of a large number of defense clan members, the once barren mountain range underwent dramatic changes day by day. Massive blocks of granite were perfectly joined, and majestic, imposing halls rose from the ground one after another. Following Yu Jingcheng's vision, the sect architecture perfectly blended styles of light and darkness. The main hall, the Yin Yang Grand Hall, stood particularly tall and majestic. One half gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, the other half was deep and mysterious in the shadows, showcasing unparalleled majesty. While the sect headquarters was under vigorous construction, the Yin Yang sect's external recruitment plan also officially launched. Notices recruiting disciples and elders were plastered all over the streets and alleys of Heaven Do City overnight. They didn't even spare several of the surrounding major cities. At first, the Spirit Masters world in Heaven Do City found this suddenly emerging Yin Yang sect merely laughable. Yin Yang sect? What backwater sect? Never heard of it. Probably some nouveau riche with a bit of spare cash, overestimating themselves and wanting to play at being a sect master. However, this ridicule didn't last long. When Douluo Bo, dressed in luxurious dark green robes, displayed his level 92 cultivation, and publicly appeared in his capacity as the Yin Yang sect's Grand Elder, personally overseeing the recruitment site, the Spirit Masters world around Heaven Do City instantly erupted in an uproar. Hiss. How long has it been? Douluo Bo has already broken through to the titled realm, and he's at the peak of level 92. Douluo Bo has been hiding his strength far too deeply. Even an aloof powerhouse like Senior Douluo is willing to submit. Just who exactly is the sect master of this Yin Yang sect? For a time, public opinion was in an uproar. What was even more critical was that, from who knows where, news leaked out. Rumors claimed that besides Douluo Bo within the Yin Yang sect, there was also a mysterious titled Douluo in residence. 2 titled Douluos. With such heritage, forget just in Heaven Do City, even looking across the entire continent, this was absolutely a behemoth second only to the upper three sects and the Spirit Hall. It could even directly rank among the upper three sects. The upper three sects of this era were still in their peak period. The Spirit Hall hadn't yet attacked Sea God Island. Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen hadn't yet gone to see Bo Saishi. Tang Chen was still safely within the Clear Sky sect. But aside from the Clear Sky sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were rather unremarkable. The current Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was even less impressive than the one in the original storyline. It only had one title, Douluo. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was the same, with only Yu Yuanjun. And Yu Yuanjun was only at level 93. They relied entirely on Tang Chen to maintain their prestige. If not for Tang Chen, these so-called upper three sects would have long been wiped out by Qian Daoliu. The Yin-Yang sect, right from its inception, had two titled Douluos. That was enough to squeeze into the ranks of the upper three sects. Once this information was confirmed, the previously deserted recruitment point was instantly overwhelmed. Countless loose cultivator spirit masters marginalized by major sects, civilian geniuses eager to make a name for themselves. Even some declining small families, all swarmed in, practically wearing out the Yin-Yang sect's threshold. Facing this surging tide of people, Yu Jingcheng sat steadily behind the scenes, planning the overall strategy. He had Du Guxin and Ji Yurong, who had just stabilized his realm, step forward to establish extremely strict assessment criteria. The Yin-Yang sect lacked neither money nor top-tier combat power. What it lacked were true pillars of strength and those with potential. Yu Jingcheng set only one rule: quality over quantity. They would only recruit those with resilient hard nature, clean backgrounds, and passable talent, materials worth cultivating. As for those who came hoping to idle away their time or those opportunists with ill intentions, they were all ruthlessly blasted away by Ji Yurong's spatial bone spears. In the short span of a month, a brand new top-tier force was quietly rising at the foot of Heaven Do City with an unstoppable momentum. But what Yu Jingcheng hadn't expected was, among those coming to sign up, there were actually a few familiar faces. Yin-Yang sect, sect master's study. Yu Jingcheng looked at the several application forms before him, his expression slightly complex. Lu Erlong, spirit, fire dragon. Flender, spirit, four-eyed cat owl. Xiao Xin, spirit, sugar bean. Zhao Wuji, spirit, vigorous Vajra bear. And this Li Yusong. Good heavens, have I swept up the future Shrek Academy in one net? Chapter 47. The Shrek Group pledges loyalty. Yu Jingcheng, follow me, and the benefits will be great. Yu Jingcheng's fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, producing a rhythmic, talk-talk, sound. Accept them, why wouldn't I? A playful curve lifted the corner of his mouth as he wielded his brush, stamping the yin and yang seal, symbolizing approval, onto these application forms. These individuals, though not yet fully grown, were all destined to be renowned figures in the future. Flender, though greedy and miserly, possessed unparalleled flight capabilities and agility. Few could rival him below the Spirit Douluo rank, making him the perfect leader for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Zhao Wuji, the immovable Bright King, with his thick skin and resilience, was most suited for charging into battle. Or guarding the sect's premises, serving as a top-tier enforcer. Xiao Xin was an especially rare food system spirit saint. The supportive effects of the sugar beans would essentially make him a mobile supply station on the battlefield. As for their original Shrek teaching philosophy of, only the mediocre avoid trouble. In Yu Jingcheng's view, that was merely an excuse used by the weak to mask their incompetence, or a desperate measure born from a lack of resources. Now that they had entered his Yin-Yang sect, the rules would be set by him, Yu Jingcheng. With two titled Douluo overseeing things, endless gold coins to spend, and a top-tier simulated cultivation environment. Here, they didn't need to seek trouble to prove themselves. They only needed to function like precise gears, providing power for the sect's operation. If anyone dared to bring in that bandit-like attitude and their undisciplined, unruly ways, Ji Yurong's bone spears would show no mercy. Finally, Yu Jingcheng's gaze settled on the file for Lu Erlong. The woman in the photograph was heroic and spirited, her brow radiating a boldness that rivaled any man's. Lu Erlong, Yu Jingcheng's eyes, were clear and calm, devoid of any ripples. Regarding this woman who, in the original storyline, was infatuated with Yu Xiaogang to the point of defying worldly ethics to be with him. Yu Jingcheng felt only a cold assessment. Fire dragon spirit, a mutation type. Although not as ultimate as my holy dragon of light, it possesses extremely high explosive power. A sharp blade. As for emotions, Yu Jingcheng scoffed. He was not that coward Yu Xiaogang, nor was he some fool led by base desires. Although he now occupied Yu Xiaogang's body, making Lu Erlong his blood cousin from a familial perspective. This blood relation was not some unspeakable taboo for him, but rather a natural firewall. He would absolutely not engage in any platonic, spiritual romance as in the original story. Nor would he actually marry his own cousin, inviting scandal and becoming a laughingstock for the world. And as for that talk of platonic spiritual love, how would one explain Muen and Bei from Douluo too? Since she was here, he would treat her purely as combat strength, as an enforcer with family bloodline to be nurtured. That was all. Someone. Yu Jingcheng put away the documents and issued a calm order. Have Elder Dugu bring these people to the side hall. I wish to see them personally. Yin Yang sect, side hall. Flender, Zhao Wuji, Lu Erlong, and the others waited with anxious unease. At this time, they were still in their prime, far from the weathered individuals they would later become. Originally, they had only come with a give it a try mentality, as the treatment offered by the Yin Yang sect was simply too tempting. Moreover, with two titled Douluo overseeing the sect, it was undoubtedly a towering tree for those like them, struggling and facing setbacks everywhere in the spirit master's world. Boss, what kind of person do you think the sect master of the Yin Yang sect is? To actually subdue an old poison like Dugu Bo? Zhao Wuji asked in a hushed voice, his face full of curiosity. Flender pushed the crystal glasses on the bridge of his nose, a shrewd gleam flashing in his eyes. Whoever it is, as long as the pay is good and prompt, and doesn't restrict our freedom, he's a good boss. Lu Erlong, dressed in practical attire, leaned against a pillar with her arms crossed, looking somewhat bored. Whoever he is, as long as he's not some useless fool who only relies on his position to bully others. Otherwise, even if I have to forfeit this stipend, I'll give him a beating before I leave. Just as the group was whispering among themselves, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, as if a great mountain had settled upon their hearts. It was the aura of a superior belonging to a top-tier spirit. The hall doors swung wide open. Yu Jingcheng, clad in the sect master's robes of interwoven black and white, entered with a stern expression and composed steps. Behind him, the two titled Douluo, Dugu Bo and Ji Yurong, followed on his left and right like guardian generals. Hiss. Sensing the two openly displayed titled Douluo auras, Zhao Wuji's previously straight back instantly bent a little, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The air in the great hall seemed to solidify. Zhao Wuji felt his legs go weak. It wasn't just suppression from spirit power rank, it was a tremor originating from the depths of his soul. His proud vigorous Vajra bear spirit was now trembling within him, as if it had encountered some indescribable natural predator. Flender and Lu Erlong felt it even more profoundly. They gritted their teeth, stubbornly resisting. As for Xiao Xin, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibing, their performance was even worse. Zhao Wuji, Flender, Lu Erlong, and Xiao Xin were all only spirit ancestors at this time. Li Yusong and Lu Qibing were even only spirit elders. I am the sect master of the Yin Yang sect, Yu Jingcheng. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over them indifferently. He then walked to the main seat and sat down, looking down upon the group from his elevated position. I know you have questions in your hearts, but now is not the time for catching up. I've seen your files. Your potential isn't bad, your strength is passable. In a few more years, I suppose you could each become someone of note in the Spirit Master's world. But forgive my bluntness, your current situation is miserable. Yu Jingcheng's words were like a sharp blade, plunging straight into their hearts. Flender's face stiffened, and Zhao Wuji flushed red with embarrassment. Indeed, despite their strength, due to issues of personality and philosophy, they had faced setbacks everywhere, without even a decent place to settle down. My Yin Yang sect does not support idlers, nor does it accept trash. Yu Jingcheng's fingers lightly tapped the armrest, producing crisp sounds. But I can give you an opportunity. Join the Yin Yang sect, and I will grant you the treatment of deacons. Gold coins. More than enough. Simulated cultivation environment, top tier, and even. Yu Jingcheng's gaze swept over Douluo and Ji Yurong as he added meaningfully. If you prove sufficiently loyal, guidance from a titled Douluo is not out of the question. Hearing the words, guidance from a titled Douluo, the breathing of those present instantly grew heavy. This was an opportunity countless spirit masters dreamed of. The Yin-Yang sect was newly established. The treatment was excellent. They had truly come at the right time by arriving first. Loyalty. However, Yu Jingcheng's tone shifted abruptly, turning cold. Once you enter my Yin-Yang sect, you must abide by the rules of my Yin-Yang sect. Chapter 48. The Sect Opening Ceremony. All upper three sects arrive. Yu Yuanjun. How great it would be if Yu Jingcheng were my son. Put away your Zhonggu habits. What I want is strict discipline, an elite team capable of fighting tough battles. Flender, I can satisfy your greed for money, but the accounts must be clear. Zhao Wuji, restrain your explosive temper. If you ruin the sect's important matters, Elder Gu's bone spear will not show mercy. As for Lu Erlong, you will be responsible for the outer sect's punishments and power attacks. If any of you cannot accept this, the door is right there. I won't see you out. To Lu Erlong, having just joined the sect and being able to join the Yin-Yang sect's outer sect, overseeing punishments and power attacks. These conditions were already extremely good. Lu Erlong suddenly knelt on one knee, cupped her fists, and shouted. Lu Erlong is willing to join the Yin-Yang sect. Seeing that Lu Erlong had expressed her stance, Flender, Zhao Wuji, and the others looked at each other and no longer hesitated, kneeling on one knee one after another. Flender is willing to serve the sect master with the loyalty of a dog or horse. Zhao Wuji greets the sect master. Xiao Xin, looking at the crowd kneeling below, the corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled up slightly. The core team of the future Shrek Academy in the original history was now all within his grasp. And, it was under absolute control. Very good. Yu Jingcheng stood up, the oppressive aura on him slightly receding, replaced by a convincing leadership quality. Elder Douluo, take them to handle the sect entry procedures and collect resources. In addition, pass down the order. In 3 days, the Yin-Yang sect will hold its sect opening ceremony. Send out invitations far and wide, inviting the Heaven Do Imperial family, the Clear Sky sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. As he spoke those last few words, a mysterious light flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. Since he had already established a firm foothold and had the 2 great deities, Douluo and Ji Yurong. The framework of the sect had also been built. Then it was time to reveal himself to the outside world. Yu Jingcheng was also somewhat curious in his heart. If Yu Yuanjun knew that he was the very person he once regarded as a disgrace, Yu Shaogang, who now possessed 2 titled Douluo, founded a sect, and stood on equal footing with him. Just how wonderful the expression on his face would be. However, Yu Jingcheng did not plan to do that. Although possession only exists in legends, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Without looking far, later, Tang Chen entering the Slaughter City and being possessed by the 9-headed Bloody Crimson Bat King would be a landmark event. Now that he was the boss of his own sect, there was even less need to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to be a son. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Yuanjun stood with his hands behind his back, murmuring softly, somewhat in disbelief. Yin-Yang sect. Yu Jingcheng, the Holy Dragon, who had once appeared briefly in Heaven Do City, with the Holy Dragon of Light Spirit and a 10,000-year 4th ring. He had once ordered to find him at all costs, even wanting to capture him for dissection and research. Merely to find a prey that could provide a chance for his useless son Yu Shaogang's spirit to evolve. Now, he had transformed and unexpectedly become the master of a sect with 2 titled Douluo. This contrast was simply too great. Big brother, you were looking for me. Just then, Yu Luomian walked in quickly, his face carrying a hint of confusion. Ever since the last failed attempt to find the person in Heaven Do City, he had been feeling guilty. Seeing his elder brother's solemn expression now, he felt even more uneasy. Look at this. Yu Yuanjun didn't say much, only handing over the invitation in his hand. Yu Luomian took the invitation, his eyes scanning the content, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Yin-Yang sect. Sect opening ceremony. Inviting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to observe the ceremony. Sect master. Yu Jingcheng. Seeing this name, Yu Luomian cried out in shock, suddenly looking up at Yu Yuanjun, his eyes filled with shock. Big brother, is this the kid who has the holy dragon of light spirit? A few days ago, in order to build momentum for the Yin-Yang sect, Yu Jingcheng proactively released information, saying he was the holy dragon, who had made a name for himself at the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena back then. Who else could it be but him? Yu Yuanjun snorted coldly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. I originally thought he was just a loose cultivator with some lucky encounters, or a disciple out for experience from some hidden family. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for only a few short months, he would actually pull together such a large team. Douluo Bo and Ji Yurong originally only had spirit power at rank 89. I didn't expect them to break through and become titled Douluo so quickly. Furthermore, one is rank 92 and the other is rank 93, they must have obtained some opportunity. This Yu Jingcheng is not simple. To think that after so many years of cultivation, he, Yu Yuanjun, was only rank 93. Then, what is Big Brother's meaning? Yu Luomian asked tentatively. Go. Of course we must go. Yu Yuanjun suddenly turned around, two sharp lights shooting from his eyes, as a domineering dragon pressure instantly filled the entire hall. Not only must we go, but we must also prepare a generous gift. I want to see with my own eyes exactly what kind of person this Yu Jingcheng is. More importantly, Yu Yuanjun's voice lowered a bit, carrying an unquestionable persistence. I want to confirm whether he intends to compete for a position among the upper three sects. If it's true, these two, titled Douluo, Douluo Bo and Ji Yurong, are enough to pull my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan down from the ranks of the upper three sects. If that's the case, and not only that, for Xiaogang, for the future of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I must also try to get in touch with him and see if I can find a way to make Luo San Pao evolve. Speaking up to this point, Yu Yuanjun paused, his gaze becoming somewhat complex. If he can be made to serve me, it would be worth it, no matter how great the price paid. I understand, Big Brother. Yu Luomian took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I'll go arrange the congratulatory gifts and select the accompanying personnel right away. This time going to the Yin-Yang sect, we must give Yu Jingcheng enough face, while also letting him see the foundation of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Go on. Yu Yuanjun waved his hand, signaling Yu Luomian to withdraw. After Yu Luomian left, Yu Yuanjun walked to the window again and looked toward the direction of the Yin-Yang sect. Yu Jingcheng, I hope you don't become a threat to my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. And even more, I hope you can bring a glimmer of hope to Xiaogang. Just then, a light breeze blew past, swirling up a few fallen leaves. Yu Yuanjun suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart, as if something important was about to happen, yet he couldn't grasp it. He shook his head, suppressing this strange feeling. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. As long as Xiaogang's problem can be solved, nothing else matters. How great it would be if this Yu Jingcheng were my son. Sigh. 3 days later, the Yin-Yang sect's mountain gates were wide open, colored flags fluttered, and gongs and drums filled the air. Guests from various major powers arrived in an endless stream, luxury carriages gathered, and it was exceptionally lively. As a newly risen power with two titled Douluo overseeing it, the Yin-Yang sect's face was naturally immense. Emperor Shui Yi personally came to offer his congratulations. Even Ning Milan of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School brought along Grand Elder Long Hua to show support. And the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was led by Sect Master Yu Yuanjun himself, with a grand momentum. As for the Clear Sky sect, although Sect Master Tang Chen did not come, he sent his son, the rank 96 Super Douluo Sect Master, along with his two grandsons, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, to offer congratulations. For a time, the Yin-Yang sect's prestige was unmatched, becoming the focus of the entire Spirit Master's world. In the main hall, Yu Jingcheng sat high in the seat of honor, his black and white sect master robes making him look heroic and extraordinary. Beside him, the two titled Douluo, Douluo Bo and Ji Yurong, stood tall like two door gods, emitting a heart-palpitating pressure. Looking at the crowd of guests gathered below, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth. Chapter 49. Purple-clothed mature woman Ning Milan. Yu Jingcheng. Purple indeed has a certain charm, truly pitiable. although it was a sect opening ceremony. In the eyes of others, this was more like Yu Jingchang, along with Douluo and Ji Yu Rong. Using this as an opportunity to reshuffle and re-rank the top powers in the entire Spirit Masters world. A sect with two titled Douluo, one could guess without even thinking, would certainly not remain beneath the upper three sects for long. Ha ha ha, truly a hero emerging from youth. The still young Shui Yi was the first to break the silence. He walked with a powerful gait, emerging from the crowd with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Showing no imperial arrogance, he seemed more like a kind elder. He walked to the bottom of the steps, not acting conceited. Instead, he cupped his hands slightly, his gaze sweeping over Yu Jingchang, Douluo, and Ji Yu Rong in turn. I have heard of the establishment of the Yin-Yang sect, and with Mr. Douluo and Mr. Ji Yu Rong, two titled Douluo, presiding over it. It is truly a blessing for my Heaven Do Empire, and a grand event for the Spirit Masters world. The Yin-Yang sect was near Heaven Do City. If anything happened to Heaven Do City in the future, the Yin-Yang sect would surely not stand by and watch. Of course, this was under the condition that the Heaven Do Empire and the Yin-Yang sect had a good relationship with intertwined interests. Emperor Shui Yi's gaze lingered on Douluo for a moment, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Douluo used to be just a spirit Douluo with a mysterious and elusive track record. Now, not only had he been promoted to a titled Douluo, but even that cold, poisonous chi was completely restrained, clearly having encountered a great opportunity. Your Majesty overpraises us. Yu Jingchang nodded slightly, returning the gesture neither humbly nor arrogantly. The Yin-Yang sect is established outside Heaven Do City and will naturally abide by the Empire's laws, doing our small part for the peace of the Empire. Good. With those words from Sect Master Yu, I can rest easy. Emperor Shui Yi laughed and waved his hand for his attendants to present a generous gift. This is a small token of my appreciation. I wish the Yin-Yang sect prosperity for 1,000 generations. After Emperor Shui Yi stepped back, an overbearing and peerless aura instantly flooded the field. Sect Master of the Clear Sky Sect, bringing my sons Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, has come to ask for a drink. Accompanied by a deep, powerful shout, three tower-like figures strode forward. The leader was indeed Sect Master. As if to show off his strength. With every step Sect Master took, the floor of the hall trembled slightly. Behind him, the young Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were even more imposing. These were the Haoshan twin stars. While Yu Jingchang was observing the two, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were also sizing up Yu Jingchang. Within the sect, Tang Chen had spoken highly of Yu Jingchang, and used him to motivate Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Because of this, the two had developed a certain level of curiosity and a desire to compete. In their view, Douluo and Ji Yu Rong, these two loners, being able to join the Yin-Yang sect and serve under Yu Jingchang, was certainly not the result of Yu Jingchang's own efforts in recruiting them. Perhaps, there was someone supporting Yu Jingchang from behind. While Yu Jingchang himself might not have much strength, Sect Master walked up close, his gaze like lightning, looking directly at Yu Jingchang. Sect Master Yu, to be able to command two titled Douluo at such a young age, and establish a sect, this level of boldness is something even my old father has praised within the sect. Senior Tang overpraises me. Yu Jingchang's expression was indifferent. Facing the pressure from the Clear Sky sect, the holy dragon of light aura behind him flowed faintly, not falling behind in the slightest. The Clear Sky sect is the #1 sect in the world. Your presence today brings great honor to the Yin-Yang sect. Tang Hao, who had been silent, was now staring intently at Yu Jingchang, a strong competitive fire burning in his eyes. I have heard that Sect Master Yu's spirit is the legendary Holy Dragon of Light. Previously, you even made a name for yourself throughout the Heaven Do Spirit Masters world under the name of Holy Dragon. I wonder if there will be a chance to spar in the future. To see if your dragon is stronger, or my hammer is harder. Brother Hao, do not be rude. Tang Xiao shouted a low reprimand, but his eyes also held a glimmer of eagerness. A guest is a guest. We can discuss sparring another day. Yu Jingchang gave a faint smile, deflecting the challenge effortlessly. Both were now in their early 30s. At the Spirit Emperor level, Tang Hao had not yet received the secret legacy of the Clear Sky sect. Even if both of them came at him together, he could still do it without using the dark demonic evil god tiger or the external spirit bone evil god hook. Defeat them both easily. Just as the Clear Sky sect members stepped aside, a fragrant breeze blew in, accompanied by the crisp tinkling of jade ornaments. Ning Mylan of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, greetings to Sect Master Yu. A beautiful woman in a luxurious long dress, with an elegant and dignified temperament, walked over gracefully. Ning Mylan. She had a full figure and was a mature woman. Dressed in a purple gauze robe, she was full of charm. The initial appearance of Ning Mylan has been slightly modified, please be advised. Yu Jingcheng couldn't help but take a few extra glances. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Shu Song didn't lie to me, purple indeed has a certain charm. This Ning Mylan is truly a beauty. She's already in her 40s, and it's said she's never dated any man. She has put all her heart into the development of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seeing her today, her reputation is indeed well deserved. Beside her followed an old man with white hair and beard, who was none other than Long Hua. I have long heard that Sect Master Yu is a man of great talent. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Ning Mylan chuckled, covering her mouth, her gaze shifting. Not only was she sizing up Yu Jingcheng, but she was also evaluating the commercial value and cooperation potential of the Yin-Yang sect. Meanwhile, Elder Long Hua beside her was staring intently at Yu Jingcheng. More precisely, he was staring at the hint of dragon might emanating from Yu Jingcheng's body, his clouded old eyes full of shock. This aura, pure and grand, extremely masculine and positive. It is indeed the holy dragon of light at the apex of the dragon clan. Before this, Long Hua had heard Yu Jingcheng claim his spirit was the holy dragon of light, a true dragon with light attributes. He hadn't taken it seriously. After all, even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which was claimed to be the #1 beast spirit on the Douluo continent, was merely a sub-dragon. He didn't expect that Yu Jingcheng actually wasn't lying. Senior has a keen eye. Yu Jingcheng nodded slightly in greeting. Ning Mylan smiled and presented a congratulatory gift. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wishes to become friendly neighbors with the Yin-Yang sect. In the future, if you have any needs regarding medicinal pills or spirit tools, the Yin-Yang sect only needs to ask. With the departure of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became somewhat subtle. Everyone's eyes focused on the last two people who walked up. The sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yuanjun. And the second in command, Yu Luomian. Everyone was very aware of the struggle between the upper three sects. The establishment of the Yin-Yang sect made it the biggest competitor to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Yuanjun was tall and powerful, but at this moment, his footsteps seemed somewhat heavy, and his gaze was extremely complex. He walked step by step to stand before Yu Jingcheng. Looking at this stranger, who was decades younger than himself. Looking at that completely unfamiliar face, an indescribable pang of bitterness inexplicably welled up in his heart. Yu Jingcheng was about the same age as his own Xiaogang. But this person had already established a foundation for himself. Whereas Yu Xiaogang had left home in a fit of pique. And there had been no news of him since. Yu Yuanjun of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan congratulates Sect Master Yu on the sect opening ceremony. Chapter 50. My Master is the Golden Douluo, rank 98 titled. Yu Yuanjun was shocked. Is Xiaogang saved? Yu Yuanjun took a deep breath and clasped his hands in a salute. As the sect master of one of the upper three sects, facing the young sect master of a newly established sect. This salute of his was extremely heavy, giving plenty of face. Sect Master Yu's name is like thunder to my ears. Yu Yuanjun stared intently into Yu Jingcheng's eyes, trying to see something in them, his voice slightly raspy. Seeing you today, I finally know that such a perfect dragon clan spirit really exists in this world, making even my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon feel ashamed by comparison. Yu Jingcheng felt some emotion in his heart, but his face remained impassive. Even carrying a bit of distant politeness. Sect Master Yu overstates it. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is the #1 beast spirit in the world, its attack power unparalleled under heaven. I was merely lucky, and my spirit mutated quite thoroughly. Hearing the word, mutated, Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian behind him shook violently. Yu Luomian couldn't help but take a step forward and asked urgently. Sect Master Yu, Since you mentioned mutation, I wonder, from what spirit did your holy dragon of light mutate? Golden Earth Dragon King, Yu Jingcheng said indifferently. The Golden Earth Dragon clan originally possessed a thick holy dragon of light bloodline. I was also just lucky, and my spirit mutated into a true holy dragon of light. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Yu Yuanjun suddenly understood, and the trace of doubt in his heart dissipated. Since it mutated from the Golden Earth Dragon King, it indeed made sense. After all, the Golden Earth Dragon itself carried the Light Dragon bloodline. If there was a heaven-defying opportunity, an atavistic evolution into a holy dragon of light was not impossible. But this made him feel even more regretful. If it was a mutation from a top-tier sub-dragon species like the Golden Earth Dragon King, then the starting point was much higher than Luo Sanpao. Shaoging's Luo Sanpao. To replicate this kind of miracle would probably be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Looking at the shifting expressions on Yu Yuanjun's face and the inquisitive gazes of the crowd despite their shock, Yu Jingcheng knew the timing was right. Just having the excuse of a mutation wasn't enough. He had to add an unshakable background to this excuse, completely cutting off everyone's thoughts of digging into his past. Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly, looked around the square, and his voice was clear, using spirit power to reach every corner. Seniors, it is truly my sect's honor that you have come to my Yin-Yang sect today. Actually, the Yin-Yang sect's ability to reach its current scale is not the work of me alone. Speaking to this point, Yu Jingcheng paused, a look of reverence and affection appearing on his face. As if he were reminiscing about an extremely great figure. I have been an orphan since childhood. Fortunately, I was taken in by my master, who passed his mantle to me and helped my spirit's second awakening, which led to the current sect master of the Yin-Yang sect, Yu Jingcheng. My master does not like worldly affairs and focuses on secluded cultivation, so he did not appear today. But he specifically instructed me that since the Yin-Yang sect has been established, it must follow the rules of the spirit master's world, not bullying others with its influence, but also, never being bullied by others. As soon as he finished speaking, behind Yu Jingcheng, Du Gubo and Ji Yurong, who had been acting as left and right protectors, exchanged a look with extreme coordination. A faint, imperceptible smile flashed in both their eyes. It was a tacit understanding. Previously, Yu Jingcheng had told them the truth. Although they learned that Yu Jingcheng had been lying to them before, they had indeed received a heaven-defying opportunity from Yu Jingcheng. They didn't care at all. Instead, they admired Yu Jingcheng's courage. They naturally knew this so-called master was a non-existent entity. But in this world where the strong are respected, sometimes, a fictional top-tier powerhouse is more useful than thousands of troops. Especially for deterring those with ill intentions. May I ask Sect Master Yu, what is your master's titled name? Ning Mylan's beautiful eyes flickered as she couldn't help but ask. To be able to nurture a peerless spirit like the Holy Dragon of Light, and also make two titled Douluo like Du Gubo and Ji Yurong willing to assist as teachers. Just what kind of sacred figure was he? Yu Jingcheng straightened his back, his expression proud, and slowly spoke a sentence. My master is titled Golden, and his spirit power rank is. He extended a finger and pointed lightly at the sky, his tone as flat as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Rank 98. Boom. These simple words, like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, exploded violently in everyone's ears. The entire square of the sect opening ceremony instantly fell into a deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. Immediately following was a sound of collective gasps, one after another. Rank 98. What kind of concept was that? That was an existence standing at the very top of the Douluo continent's pyramid. That was a super powerhouse second only to the likes of Tang Chen and Qian Dalu. In this era where titled Douluo are as rare as phoenix feathers. Rank 95 and above is the watershed, every rank's difference is like a heavenly chasm. And rank 98, that was a terrifying combat power sufficient for one person to suppress an entire nation. Rank 98, the always steady sect master's teacup cracked as it was crushed to pieces. Scalding tea splashed all over his hand, but he was completely unaware. He widened his eyes and stared fixedly at Yu Jingcheng, trying to find a trace of a joke on his face. But he failed. Yu Jingcheng's expression was so calm and confident. coupled with the matter-of-fact expressions of Douluo and Ji Yu Rong. Sect Master's heart contracted sharply. Although he was shocked, it wasn't to the point of being earth-shattering. After all, the Clear Sky sect was the #1 sect in the world, and his father Tang Chen sat in command. Tang Chen was a rank 99 limit Douluo. Barring any accidents, he could live for another 1,000 years. But if his Clear Sky sect were excluded, this Yin-Yang sect could indeed be called the #1 sect in the world. Its strength was only below the Clear Sky sect and the Spirit Hall. Golden Douluo, rank 98. Ning Mylan forgot to wave the fragrant fan in her hand, her red lips slightly parted, her face full of disbelief. Although Ji Yu Rong beside her was in the know, seeing everyone being bluffed into a daze, he felt secretly delighted in his heart. This kid's ability to use a tiger's skin as a banner is even stronger than this old man. And the most shocked was none other than Yu Yuanjun. He stared blankly at Yu Jingcheng, his mind roaring. Rank 98. No wonder this boy could mutate the Golden Earth Dragon King into a holy dragon of light. If there was a rank 98 peerless powerhouse who didn't hesitate to consume their origin to cleanse his marrow and guide the mutation, then everything could be explained. So there was a peerless expert giving guidance. Yu Yuanjun murmured to himself, the light in his eyes both envious and despairing. Envious of Yu Jingcheng's such heaven-defying opportunity. Despairing because this kind of opportunity was simply impossible to replicate. Where could he find a rank 98 master for Shaogang? Even if he found one, why would they waste their cultivation to help a trash? At this moment, the last trace of inquiry in Yu Yuanjun's heart regarding the holy dragon's identity was completely extinguished. An orphan raised by a rank 98 super Douluo. A clean background and an astonishing origin. He couldn't possibly be his trash son who ran away from home. It seems my idea of helping Shaogang by studying him is going to fall through. Yu Yuanjun felt bitter in his heart. Facing Yu Jingcheng, who had a rank 98 powerhouse as a backer, how could he dare mention drawing blood for research or cooperating with experiments? Wouldn't that be seeking death? Looking at the colorful expressions on everyone's faces, an imperceptible curve formed at the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth. The goal had been achieved. 51 Chapter 51 Dragon Blood Pill, laying out a plan for Dragon Blood Soul Masters across the world, harvesting and devouring bloodlines in the future. Yu Jingcheng's Grand Plan. Chapter 51. Dragon Blood Pill, plotting against the world's Dragon Blood Spirit Masters, harvesting and devouring bloodlines in the future. Yu Jingcheng's Grand Plan. The atmosphere at the ceremony became heavy and subtle because of those four weighty words, level 98. The representatives of various forces, who had originally prided themselves on their status or harbored ill intentions to test the Yin-Yang sect's depth, now had to set aside their contempt. A sect with a level 98 super Douluo as a backer, even if it was just a newly established one, was enough to walk tall across the Douluo continent. Not to mention, the young sect master before them was a genius with a top-tier spirit, flanked by the Poison Douluo and Bone Douluo as protectors. This Yin-Yang sect had truly come into its own. Seeing the reverent gazes of the crowd, Yu Jingcheng knew that the first step, establishing authority, had been perfectly completed. Next was the second step, inducement. Yu Jingcheng slowly withdrew his finger, picked up his teacup, and took a light sip, breaking the dead silence. Everyone, there is no need to be so nervous. Although my master is strong, he is dedicated to pursuing further progress and has long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. As long as no one insults my Yin-Yang sect, my master will definitely not take action easily. These words were both a reassurance and a warning. It meant, as long as you don't provoke me, that nuclear-level master won't come out to clean up the mess. But if you dare to harbor ill intentions, then don't blame me for letting my master loose. Hearing this, everyone present clearly breathed a sigh of relief, but the wariness in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Yu Jingcheng put down the teacup, his gaze passing over the crowd and landing precisely on the dejected Yu Yuanjun. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he asked knowingly. Sect Master Yu seems a bit disappointed. Yu Yuanjun's body shook, and he gave a bitter smile, not hiding his feelings. I've made a fool of myself before Sect Master Yu. I was just lamenting the tricks of fate. I originally thought that if I could find a method for the evolution of a body-separating martial soul from your noble sect, perhaps I could save the life of my worthless son. Now that I know your master is a supreme expert, such heaven-defying means of changing fate are likely impossible to replicate. After saying this, Yu Yuanjun felt discouraged and even had the intention of leaving his seat. Since the path was blocked, staying here to watch others' glory would only add to his sorrow. Sect Master Yu, you are mistaken. Just as Yu Yuanjun was about to stand up, Yu Jingcheng suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a bit of deep meaning. While my master's methods are indeed impossible to replicate, since my yin-yang sect has established itself, we naturally do not rely solely on my master's reputation. Yu Jingcheng stood up and gave a casual wave. An exquisite jade bottle appeared out of thin air, floating in the palm of his hand. Although I cannot make your son mutate directly from a sub-dragon species into a holy dragon of light like I did. If you want to purify his bloodline, or even cause that so-called trash spirit to undergo a second benign mutation, it is not entirely without a way. What? Yu Yuanjun, who had already been in despair, suddenly looked up. He stared fixedly at the jade bottle in Yu Jingcheng's hand, his breathing instantly becoming rapid. Sect Master Yu, you mean? Besides spirit cultivate, my yin-yang sect is even more skilled in the Tao of alchemy. Yu Jingcheng flicked his finger, and the stopper of the jade bottle opened. In an instant, a medicinal fragrance so rich it was dizzying spread out, and within it, there was even a faint, pure sound of a dragon's roar. This was not an immortal herb, but a dragon blood pill, refined by Yu Jingcheng using the companion spiritual plant in the ice and fire yin-yang well, combined with the scale powder containing the light dragon clan bloodline shed by the little golden earth dragon king. Though not even a 10,000th as effective as an immortal herb, for a spirit master with a dragon bloodline, it was a supreme treasure. Looking at the dragon blood pill, Yu Jingcheng laughed in his heart. This thing was produced from a pill formula that Douluo had spent a great deal of effort researching based on the ideas he provided. It could allow dragon blood spirit masters to purify their bloodlines. To be precise, it purified the holy dragon of light bloodline. Anyway, Yu Shaogang has already been possessed by me, so Yu Yuanjun can at most take this pill for himself or others to use. Yu Jingcheng said in his heart. The raw materials for the dragon blood pill are very cheap for me. I can get them from the little golden earth dragon king, or my little brother Xiao Jin. I can have as many as I want. Yet, by relying on this, I can earn massive wealth from the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, the sacred dragon sect, and other dragon blood spirit masters while also gaining a good reputation. Yu Jingcheng was doing this, of course, not just for the money. Refining the dragon blood pill turns the dragon blood in your bodies into holy dragon of light blood. You'll be happy, thinking you've increased your strength. But when the time is ripe, that's when I'll start harvesting. Yu Jingcheng's heart turned cold, and he almost let out a sinister laugh. His clone, the little golden earth dragon king, could purify itself by devouring those with the holy dragon of light bloodline. And his second martial soul, the dark demonic evil god tiger, along with its external spirit bone evil god hook, could also increase its age through devouring. After some research, Yu Jingcheng had combined the two types of devouring. He successfully obtained a method using the external spirit bone, bright dragon wings as a transfer station, to devour the holy dragon of light bloodline of other spirit masters or spirit beasts, to purify the holy dragon of light bloodline within his own body. This pill is called the Dragon Blood Purification Pill. Yu Jingcheng's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. It was developed by my master, specifically for those with dragon-type spirits. Even a sub-dragon with only a trace of dragon bloodline has a great chance of purifying their blood and evolving toward a true dragon after taking this pill. As for your son's Luo Sanpao, Yu Jingcheng paused, looking at the hopeful eyes of Yu Yuanjun. His heart remained unmoved as he said indifferently, although it is a body-separating mutated martial soul, it essentially still possesses the genes of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. As long as the medicinal power is sufficient, it might not be impossible for that pig to grow scales and transform into a true dragon. Boom! Yu Jingcheng's words were like a clap of thunder, once again breaking through Yu Yuanjun's psychological defenses. Not only Yu Yuanjun, but even Ning Milan and Long Hua nearby had a flash of shock in their eyes. A pill that can purify bloodlines. This was simply unheard of on the Douluo continent. This pill. Yu Yuanjun reached out with a trembling hand, wanting to touch the jade bottle, yet he didn't dare, fearing it was all a dream. Sect Master Yu, are these words true? This sect master never speaks falsely. Yu Jingcheng recapped the jade bottle and tossed it casually, as if it weren't some rare treasure, but just an ordinary stone. The jade phosphor serpent emperor poison in senior poison Douluo's body troubled him for many years, even threatening his life. But under the treatment of my yin-yang sect's pills, not only is the toxin completely gone now, but his cultivation has even taken a step further. Douluo, who had remained silent, gave a timely cold snort. That cold and terrifying aura of his was slightly released, but it no longer carried that nauseating stench. Instead, it had an added trace of pure imperial air. Indeed, Douluo said coldly in a raspy voice. This old man's life was indeed saved by the sect master. As for the effects of this pill, I can guarantee them with my title as the poison Douluo. Chapter 52. Ning Milan's Desire. Yu Jingcheng. Possessing Yu Yuanzhen's son, he even has to thank me. With Douluo, a living example, as an endorsement, no one in the audience doubted it anymore. If even the origin poison of a titled Douluo can be cured, what is purifying a bloodline? Yu Yuanzhen could no longer care about the heirs of a sect master of the upper three sects. He took a few steps to Yu Jingcheng, cupped his hands, and bowed deeply, his voice trembling. Sect Master Yu, name your price, as long as you can grant me this pill to save my son Shaogang from his misery. No matter the cost, my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will have no objections. Looking at the father before him bowing and scraping for his son, a complex emotion flashed through Yu Jingcheng's heart, but it vanished in an instant. Now, he was the Yin-Yang sect's sect master Yu Jingcheng, not that Yu Shaogang who only knew how to escape. Only by mastering enough benefits and power can one truly control their own destiny. Sect Master Yu, you're overstating it. Talking about money is too vulgar. Yu Jingcheng feigned helping Yu Yuanzhen up, a fox-like cunning smile appearing on his face. My Yin-Yang sect has just been established and is in need of allies. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is the world's #1 beast spirit sect. If we could form an offensive and defensive alliance with your noble sect. No problem. Yu Yuanzhen agreed without hesitation, and even fearing Yu Jingcheng might back out, he said urgently. From this day forth, the Yin-Yang sect is my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's most solid ally. Whoever becomes an enemy of the Yin-Yang sect is an enemy of me, Yu Yuanzhen. On the side, Ning Milan watched this scene, light flickering in her beautiful eyes as she lightly tapped her palm with her fragrant fan. This Yin-Yang sect not only has peerless experts overseeing it but also possesses such miraculous medicine refining techniques. It seems the 7 treasure glazed tile school cannot fall behind either. Sect Master Yu. Ning Milan's charming voice rang out at the right time. Since this dragon blood pill can purify bloodlines, I wonder if it has the potential to assist in the evolution of my 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit. Yu Jingcheng turned his head, looking at this beautiful woman who still possessed her charm, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening. The fish have all taken the bait. Schoolmaster Ning must be joking. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda is the world's #1 auxiliary spirit, how difficult it is to evolve. Yu Jingcheng shook his head, feigning gravity. Just as a flash of disappointment crossed Ning Milan's eyes, he changed the subject. However, my master once mentioned a celestial herb called the Douluo tulip. Although there are no ready-made medicinal pills, since my sect possesses the art of medicine refining, we might be able to try 1 or 2 things in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Milan's breathing hitched, and her eyes instantly became incredibly fervent. Ning Milan's soul-stirring eyes narrowed slightly, and the fragrant fan in her hand stopped swaying. As the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she not only possessed peerless beauty but also a keen business sense and political vision. Douluo tulip. Her red lips parted slightly as she slowly chewed over these words, as if savoring some rare delicacy. Although she had never heard of this item, judging from Yu Jingcheng's certain tone and the endorsement of Douluo, a titled Douluo, this matter was definitely not groundless. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda is called the world's #1 auxiliary spirit, yet it has the fatal flaw of being unable to break through rank 80. If this shackle could really be broken. Ning Milan took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling sharply, revealing an amazing curve. She made a prompt decision and bowed gracefully to Yu Jingcheng, her tone losing a bit of its charm and gaining more solemnity. If your noble sect can truly help my 7 treasure glazed tile school break the spirit shackle, money, resources, spirit bones, even the full support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. As long as Sect Master Yu speaks, my sect will have no objections. School Master Ning is straightforward. Yu Jingcheng laughed loudly, not directly agreeing but throwing out an ambiguous bait. This matter cannot be rushed. Refining such a heaven-defying medicinal pill requires auxiliary materials that are all heaven and earth treasures, costing a fortune. And my master is currently in seclusion deducing the pill formula. When the time is ripe, I will personally pay a visit. This was hunger marketing. The more one cannot get it, the more one's heart itches with impatience. Ning Milin was also a smart person and naturally heard the hidden meaning. Costing a fortune. The 7 treasure glazed tile school lacked many things, but money was not one of them. Good. Then my 7 treasure glazed tile school will await the good news. Ning Milin's beautiful eyes rippled as she took out a warm jade token from her bosom and handed it to Yu Jingcheng. This is my sect's 7 treasure token. The holder of this token is as if I were personally present, and can mobilize funds and materials at any 7 treasure chamber of commerce on the continent. Consider it a bit of my sect's sincerity to assist your noble sect in researching the pill formula. Yu Jingcheng accepted the jade token without any politeness. A money bag delivered to his door, why refuse it? With the financial support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the development of the Yin-Yang sect would have no more worries. After dealing with Ning Milin, Yu Jingcheng turned his gaze back to Yu Yuanjun, who was already unable to restrain himself. He casually tossed the jade bottle over. At this moment, Yu Yuanjun had none of his dignity as the Thunder Douluo left. He scrambled to catch the jade bottle, fearing he might break this life-saving straw. Sect Master Yu, there are 10 dragon blood pills in this bottle. Yu Jingcheng held up one finger and said calmly, "This is only the first batch of finished products. Although I have confidence in the medicinal effects, after all, it concerns your son. Sect Master Yu might as well take them back first, and find a few disciples with mixed bloodlines in the family to test the medicine. After confirming there are no errors, it won't be too late to give it to your son." This move was called inviting the target into the trap. Hearing this, Yu Yuanjun was even more moved to tears. Look, this is what you call the magnanimity of a great sect. Not only giving the medicine but also thinking of a way out for testing it, fearing it might harm someone. Sect Master Yu's righteousness is high. I, Yu Yuanjun, will never forget this kindness. Yu Yuanjun tightly gripped the jade bottle, his eyes full of gratitude. How could he know that Yu Jingcheng's seemingly considerate move was actually to expand the source of infection? Once these 10 dragon blood pills were consumed, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would have 10 more leaks, carrying the recessive bloodline mark of the Holy Dragon of Light. When these 10 people taste the sweetness, their bloodlines purify, and their strength greatly increases. The entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will go crazy for it. At that time, without Yu Jingcheng needing to promote it, they would cry and beg to buy the dragon blood pill. They would even spare no expense, even if it meant bankruptcy, to let the entire clan eat this kind of medicinal pill. By then, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will become Yu Jingcheng's blood bank and nourishment. Yu Jingcheng laughed inwardly. He even has to thank me. All right, today is my Yin-Yang sect opening ceremony. Everyone has come from afar, and I have prepared some wine. Yu Jingcheng waved his wide sleeves, ending this conversation full of calculations. Please, take your seats. At night, the guests dispersed. In the back mountains of the Yin-Yang sect, in a secret chamber, Yu Jingcheng sat cross-legged. Looking at the 7 treasure token, the corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled up. Step 1, the layout is complete. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has entered the trap, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school has become my financier. Next, it's time for it to slowly ferment. With a thought from Yu Jingcheng, the clothes on his back suddenly burst. Crash! A pair of giant dragon wings spread out. Chapter 53. Old Seniority. Yu Jingcheng. Elder Douluo is truly an alchemy grandmaster. Immortal herb, Kiluo tulip. Early the next morning, inside the main hall, Yu Jingcheng sat upright on the sect master's throne, playing with the warm 7 treasure token in his hand, looking relaxed. Seated on either side below him were Douluo and Ji Rong. Douluo Shin sat below Douluo. The three were the elders of the Yin-Yang sect. The true, old seniors, in every sense. Sect master, yesterday's battle was truly a complete victory. Douluo Shin spoke first, his tone filled with deep admiration. He looked at the young figure on the high platform, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. Who would have thought that this seemingly young sect master could actually play two of the famous upper 3 sects of the continent in the palm of his hand while chatting and laughing? Indeed, Yu Jingcheng chuckled softly, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest as he began to review yesterday's situation. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is notoriously protective and proud. Now, for the sake of his son, Yu Yuanjun is willing to become our ally, even going as far as to have his entire clan test the medicine. This not only provides us with the sturdiest protective umbrella, but more importantly, a sharp glint flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. They will be the best promoters of our dragon blood pill, and also the highest quality, experimental field. As for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Yu Jingcheng shook the 7 treasure token in his hand, a playful arc curling at the corners of his mouth. That woman, Ning Milan, is very shrewd. What she values is not just the medicinal pills, but the potential our Yin-Yang sect has shown. With this token, our Yin-Yang sect will no longer have any worries regarding initial funding gaps or the procurement of medicinal materials. What we need to do is use the 7 treasure glazed tile school's money to buy all the medicine in the world to nurture our own people. Hearing this, Douluo couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh heartily, his eyes filled with satisfaction. I have traversed the Spirit Master's world for decades, and this is the first time I've seen someone make oh no, make that woman Ning Milan bleed so much money, yet still look so grateful. I truly admire the sect master's methods. Elder Douluo overpraises me, it's merely a matter of each taking what they need. Yu Jingcheng waved his hand, then retracted his smile. Leaning forward slightly, he looked at Douluo with burning eyes. However, though the situation is good, one must be strong themselves to forge ahead. Whether it's keeping the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan wanting more or maintaining the investment from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the core lies in one thing: medicinal pills. Yu Jingcheng stood up, slowly walked down the steps, and approached Douluo, his tone carrying a hint of esteem and solemnity. And this matter of alchemy still relies on Elder Douluo. You all witnessed the effects of the dragon blood pill yesterday. But this is only the beginning. Yu Jingcheng looked at Douluo, his voice rising slightly. Elder Douluo, you have been immersed in the Tao of poison for decades. Your understanding of medicinal herb properties and your control over the heat have long since reached the point of perfection. In the past, you only used poison to kill, but you never considered that the Tao of poison, medicine, and alchemy all lead to the same destination. With your mastery over herbs, combined with the raw materials I provide. Yu Jingcheng reached out and patted Douluo heavily on the shoulder, not holding back his praise in the slightest. Elder Douluo, I dare to assert that your alchemy techniques, in time, will surely become the best on the current Douluo continent. Even those so-called healing system spirit masters of Spirit Hall, before your heaven-defying alchemy, are nothing more than children playing house. Ha ha ha, the sect master overpraises me. Douluo was overjoyed, his gloomy old face now blooming with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. He had heard plenty of praise for his high level of poison skills, even to the point of being a bit tired of it, as it was often accompanied by fear and rejection. But being praised as a Grand Master of the alchemic Tao, and even having high hopes placed on him to surpass the healing system spirit masters of Spirit Hall, this was absolutely a first for him, and it struck a chord deep within his heart. Since the sect master trusts me so much, I shall boldly accept the title of Chief Alchemist. Douluo slapped his chest and guaranteed solemnly, rest assured, sect master. As long as there are enough medicinal materials, even if I have to work myself to the bone, I will surely refine those world-shaking divine pills for you. I will not fail the sect master's expectations. Ji Rong, watching from the side, also had a smile on his lips, his deep eyes reflecting a hint of playfulness. Old poison, it seems that besides playing with poison, you've finally found a proper profession in this life. Following the sect master, Perhaps your reputation on the continent will truly change from old poison to medicine god someday. Humph, old bones, stop being so sarcastic. When I refine good medicinal pills, don't come begging me for them. Douluo was in high spirits and didn't get angry, instead, he retorted smugly. Watching the two bicker, the atmosphere in the hall became increasingly harmonious. Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly and didn't interrupt, but after a moment of contemplation, he flipped his wrist. With a flash of light, an exquisite jade box, warm throughout and emitting a faint chill, appeared in his palm out of thin air. Elder Douluo, since you have taken on this heavy responsibility, I shall give you another great gift. Or rather, an opportunity sufficient to overturn the entire landscape of the Spirit Master's world. Yu Jingcheng's expression turned solemn as he slowly handed the jade box to Douluo. This is. Douluo instinctively took the jade box, feeling its coldness. A strange fragrance faintly seeped through the cracks of the jade box. With just one sniff, he felt the spirit power in his body flow more smoothly. Startled, he quickly looked at Yu Jingcheng, his eyes full of curiosity. Sect Master, what kind of treasure is contained in this box? Not just him, but even Ji Yurong and Douluo Xin were drawn by the sudden solemn atmosphere, casting inquisitive glances. Yu Jingcheng did not answer directly but instead gestured for Douluo to open the box. As the jade box was slowly opened, a rich tulip fragrance instantly filled the entire hall. Inside the box lay a strange immortal herb. This item is called the Douluo tulip. Yu Jingcheng's voice echoed slowly in the hall, carrying a sort of bewitching magic. To others, it might just be a top-grade medicinal herb capable of enhancing spirit power and strengthening the foundation. Speaking to this point, Yu Jingcheng paused, his gaze sweeping over the three of them, a meaningful smile curling his lips. But for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, this herb is a treasure sufficient to make their entire sect go mad, willing to spend their entire fortune to obtain it. Sufficient to make the 7 treasure glazed tile school go mad. Ji Yurong's brow twitched. As someone who had dealt with the 7 treasure glazed tile school before, he knew well the depth and vision of that sect. Ordinary treasures wouldn't even catch Ning Mylan's eye. Sect Master, what divine effect does this flower actually have? Douluo Xin couldn't help but ask, his eyes fixed intently on the Douluo tulip. The curiosity of the three was now completely piqued. What kind of effect could make the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which was as wealthy as a nation, go so mad? Chapter 54. 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ji Yurong's shock. How is this possible? Using pollen for alchemy, hooking 7 treasure. The corners of Yu Jingcheng's mouth curled up slightly as he extended a finger and gently tapped the petals of the Douluo tulip. This immortal herb is named the Douluo tulip. It is an immortal grade plant born from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and the radiance of the sun and moon. His voice was soft, yet it seemed to possess a certain magic, clearly drilling into the ears of everyone present. Its medicinal effects are gentle, with the power to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and the radiance of the sun and moon. And its most heaven-defying aspect lies in its ability to compensate for the innate deficiencies of a spirit. At this point, Yu Jingcheng paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 men, and he dropped that earth-shattering sentence word by word. As long as a direct disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school refines it, they can break the shackles that have plagued their sect for thousands of years, allowing the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit to evolve into the legendary 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Silence. A deathly silence. As the 5 words, 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, landed, the entire hall seemed to have been pressed with a pause button. Even the dust in the air seemed to have frozen. Douluo's hand holding the jade box jerked violently, nearly failing to hold onto this rare treasure and almost dropping it on the ground. Douluo Xin's mouth hung wide open, his jaw nearly dislocated, and his eyes bulged round. Even the usually steady and somber Ji Yurong suddenly stood up from his chair, the red sandalwood chair beneath him actually shattering from the overflow of his spirit power. 9 treasure. Glazed tile pagoda. They recognized these words individually. But combined together, it was like a fairy tale, causing the brains of the 3 men to instantly crash into a total blank. A full several breaths of time passed. Only then did Ji Yurong with difficulty turn his stiff neck, staring fixedly at Yu Jingcheng, his voice as dry as 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Sect Master, You aren't joking, are you? 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. In this world, does such a spirit truly exist? It was no wonder Ji Rong lost his composure like this. Having struggled in the spirit master's world for so many years, he knew all too well the weight of the 5 words, 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. That was the #1 support spirit in the world. With just 7 layers, and only being able to cultivate to the realm of a level 79 spirit saint. It had already allowed the 7 treasure glazed tile school to stand among the upper 3 sects, possessing wealth that rivaled nations and prestige that shook the continent. If it could break through to 9 layers, if it could break the limit of level 79 and give birth to a support system spirit master at the titled Douluo level. What kind of terrifying concept would that be? It would mean that the 7 treasure glazed tile school would completely shed its only weakness, becoming a true behemoth, perhaps even surpassing the Clear Sky sect. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Douluo also swallowed hard at this moment, looking at the seemingly delicate flower in his hand. His gaze was as if he were looking at a monster capable of destroying the world. This tiny thing can turn 7 treasure into 9 treasure. This is simply changing one's fate against the heavens. Douluo Shin felt it even harder to breathe. Though his seniority wasn't as high as the 2 seniors, he also knew what this implied. Once this information leaked out, the entire Douluo continent would experience an earthquake. Seeing the 3 men's expressions as if they had seen a ghost, Yu Jingcheng's expression remained indifferent, as if he were merely stating a trivial matter. I never speak falsely. Yu Jingcheng sat back on his throne, looking down at them from above, his tone certain. The reason the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda has only 7 layers is that its spirit quality is extremely high, and a mortal body finds it difficult to sustain, hence it is innately deficient. And this Kiluo tulip is the key to compensating for that deficiency. As long as Ning Milan consumes it, the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda will surely appear in the world. Hearing Yu Jingcheng's certain answer, Ji Rong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the stormy waves in his heart. He re-evaluated this excessively young sect master before him, the look of awe in his eyes growing even heavier. If his previous admiration for Yu Jingcheng was due to the other's unpredictable methods and powerful strength, then now, this admiration had risen to a level bordering on fear. To be able to casually take out an immortal herb that could change the continental landscape and defy fate. Just how many unknown secrets did this sect master still hold in his hands? Sect master. Ji Rong's voice trembled slightly as he pointed at the jade box, his tone complex to the extreme. If that woman Ning Milan knew of this thing's existence, I'm afraid she would be willing to trade the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school for it. You just gave such a heavy treasure to old poison. This was a divine object that could create a 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Its value far exceeded even 100,000-year spirit bone. Hearing this, Douluo also shuddered, feeling the jade box in his hand become as heavy as 1,000 tons, and incredibly hot to the touch. Sect master, this is too precious. Douluo's voice was shaking. Although he was greedy for wealth and treasures, this thing was too hot to handle, and he was a bit afraid to accept it. Yu Jingcheng, however, waved his hand nonchalantly, a deep light flashing in his eyes. Precious. To those who need it, it is a priceless treasure. But to me, it is merely a stalk of grass. Elder Douluo, I am handing it to you not for you to give it to the 7 treasure glazed tile school right now. Yu Jingcheng leaned forward slightly, his eyes like torches, his mouth curling into an arc of total control. It is bait, and also a rein. We will use it to hook the big fish that is the 7 treasure glazed tile school, making them willingly become a vassal of our yin-yang sect and our most solid backup. When the time is ripe. A cold light flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. Whether this 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda is a blessing or a curse will depend on whether Ning Milan is obedient. Douluo listened to these words, his brow furrowing slightly. Looking at the Kiluo tulip in his hand, he seemed not to fully understand the deep meaning in Yu Jingcheng's words. The sect master means. Douluo tested cautiously. Since this immortal herb is bait, how should I go about fishing? Should I wave it in front of Ning Milan to let her know we have it, and then wait for a high price? No. Yu Jingcheng shook his head, the playful smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. He reached out, his fingertip lightly pointing toward the jade box in Douluo's hand, and said slowly. Elder Douluo, You are a grand master of poisons, and your mastery of medicinal principles is rare in the world. If we directly give this complete Douluo tulip to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, that would be a one-time deal. Although it could be traded for a sky-high fortune or even a favor, what happens after that? A shrewd cold light flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. Once Ning Mylan consumes the immortal herb and the spirit evolution is successful, she will no longer need us. Furthermore, a 7 treasure glazed tile school with a 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda and greatly increased strength might not necessarily keep our yin-yang sect in their sights. That is called teaching a man to fish. That is something a saint does, not what we are to do. At this point, Yu Jingcheng leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice, like the whisper of a demon. What I want you to do is long-term sustainability. Take a little of this Douluo tulip's pollen, or perhaps a few insignificant leaf fragments from the edges. Then, supplemented with other precious nourishing medicinal materials, use your alchemy methods to refine them into a medicinal pill. Chapter 55. Level 65, Black Tiger Sect of the Lower 4 Sects seeks refuge. Ji Yu Rong. 2 brothers at each other's throats. Medicinal pills. Douluo Bo was stunned for a moment, a thoughtful look flashing through his eyes. Correct, medicinal pills. Yu Jingcheng nodded and continued to explain. Within these medicinal pills lies a trace of the Douluo tulip's origin aura. While it isn't enough to make the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda evolve completely, it is enough to trigger a resonance and agitation within the spirit. As long as the direct disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school consume this pill, they will clearly feel that the indestructible 7-layer bottleneck has begun to loosen. They will feel their spirit cheering, longing, and showing signs of a benign mutation toward the 9 treasures direction. Yu Jingcheng's voice was full of allure, as if he could already see the scene. Imagine, for a 7 treasure glazed tile school spirit master trapped at rank 79 for a lifetime, what does this feeling of evolution mean? It is a temptation more lethal than drugs. It is the only light in their lifelong nightmare. But, Yu Jingcheng changed his tone and sneered. Because the medicinal power is insufficient, this mutation is only temporary or incomplete. Once the effects wear off, that feeling of an imminent breakthrough will vanish, and they will fall back into the abyss of despair. In order to seize the chance for evolution again, to completely break the shackles, what will they do? Hearing this, Douluo Bo felt his scalp go numb, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back. He widened his eyes, looking at the young sect master before him, a deep chill rising in his heart. This move was too venomous. It was 10,000 times more poisonous than his jade phosphor serpent emperor poison. They will go mad. On the side, Ji Yu Rong took a deep breath and took over the conversation, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. Excitement. Those who have tasted hope can absolutely never endure despair again. To obtain more medicinal pills, to maintain those signs of evolution, Ning Mylan will beg us at any cost. Exactly. Yu Jingcheng snapped his fingers, his eyes flashing with a greedy yet rational light. What we need to do is control the production of these medicinal pills. Let them see hope, yet always remain just one step away from reaching it. In this way, the 7 treasure glazed tile school's wealth, which rivals entire nations, will continuously flow into our yin-yang sect. Their spirit bones, their resources, their connections, all will become the nourishment for our growth. We will be like a maggot on the bone, clinging tightly to the behemoth that is the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Until we have completely squeezed them dry of their value, until they become mere marionettes in our hands. Yu Jingcheng stood up, placed his hands behind his back, and gazed deeply out the window. Elder Douluo, I leave the matter of alchemy to you. Remember, the medicinal effect must be potent, but it must not actually let them evolve. It needs to be that kind of elusive, addictive effect. Do you understand? Douluo Bo was now completely won over by Yu Jingcheng's methods. He respectfully held the jade box in his hands, as if holding the very lifeblood of the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school. Sect Master's wisdom is profound. I understand. Excitement gleamed in Douluo Bo's eyes. As an expert in poison, controlling dosages and creating illusions was simply his specialty. I shall go into seclusion to research this immediately. I will surely refine a divine pill that will make those people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school unable to live, yet unable to die. Seeing Douluo Bo's excitement, Yu Jingcheng nodded with satisfaction. The 7 treasure glazed tile school. The world's wealthiest sect. From today onward, they were nothing more than Yu Jingcheng's personal ATM. A few days later, within a secret chamber at the Yin-Yang sect's headquarters, golden radiance surged like a tide within the narrow space. Faintly, the clear and high-pitched roar of a dragon seemed to echo in the void realm. Yu Jingcheng sat cross-legged, bathed in a sacred aura of light. With every breath he took, the surrounding air seemed to become thick and scorching. After a long while, Yu Jingcheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi, which shot out like a sharp sword, leaving a shallow white mark on the ground. My spirit power has improved again, I'm at rank 65. Yu Jingcheng opened his eyes, a golden light flashing through them for an instant. Just then, a faint knock came from outside the secret chamber, followed by Ji Yurong's respectful voice. Sect Master, I have a matter to report. Yu Jingcheng withdrew his aura and waved his hand to remove the restriction, and the door to the secret chamber slowly opened. Enter. Ji Yurong walked in quickly, his expression somewhat strange, as if he had encountered something unexpected. Sect Master, someone has come to our door. Ji Yurong got straight to the point, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. They say they wish to lead their followers to join our Yin-Yang sect and seek protection. Oh, Yu Jingcheng raised an eyebrow, feeling quite surprised. The Yin-Yang sect was newly established. Although he, Douluo, and Ji Yurong were overseeing it. In the eyes of the outside world, aside from being somewhat high profile at the sect opening ceremony, the rest of the time, it had appeared quite mysterious and low-key. Those who took the initiative to seek refuge at this time were either at the end of their rope or had other motives. Which group is it? Rogue spirit masters, or a destitute family? Yu Jingcheng asked nonchalantly, picking up a teacup and taking a sip. Neither. Ji Yurong shook his head, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. It is the Black Tiger sect. The Black Tiger sect. Yu Jingcheng's hand holding the teacup paused slightly as information about this sect quickly surfaced in his mind. The Black Tiger sect, while not comparable to the upper three sects, was still a notable name in the backup tier of the lower four sects. Their legacy spirit, the Black Tiger, was a top-tier spirit of the attack system, known for its overbearing attack power. The sect's disciples were also known for their ruthlessness. Although the Black Tiger sect isn't a top-tier power, it still holds a place in the Spirit Master's world. Why would they suddenly want to join our obscure new sect? Yu Jingcheng set down his teacup and looked sharply at Ji Yurong. Uncle Ji Yu, there must be some catch here, right? Sect Master is wise. Ji Yurong chuckled and explained. To be precise, it's not the entire Black Tiger sect that has come, but a branch of it. A branch? Yu Jingcheng became interested. Tell me more. Ji Yurong cleared his throat and began to recount the details. This matter starts with the previous sect master of the Black Tiger sect. That old fellow suffered a chi deviation while practicing a while ago, kicked the bucket, and croaked. But he died too suddenly and didn't have time to leave a will designating a successor. This led to his two sons completely falling out over the position of sect master. At this point, a mocking smile appeared on Ji Yurong's face. These two sons, the eldest is named Huyan, and the second is named Hulai. Their talent and strength are neck and neck, neither is willing to submit to the other. Chapter 56. Take in the Black Tiger sect. Space shifting. Meeting Shui Yi. You want to build an academy. Originally, the Black Tiger sect could barely maintain internal balance, but these two, in their bid for power, pulled out all the stops, forming factions and alliances, turning the sect into a complete mess. Recently, this conflict has escalated to an irreconcilable level. Both sides are at daggers drawn, seemingly on the verge of drawing blades and clashing. Yu Jingcheng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Since they are evenly matched, why come to seek our support? The problem lies precisely in the fact that, evenly matched, is a thing of the past. Ji Yurong spread his hands. Recently, the eldest son, Huyan, somehow hooked up with an external force. His strength increased greatly, showing signs of overpowering the second son, Hulai. Seeing the tide turning against him, Hulai knew that if a real fight broke out, he would surely lose, and his fate would be only one, death. So, this kid is also a ruthless character. Ji Yurong lowered his voice, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He believes that instead of waiting to be killed by his elder brother, it's better to burn his boats and make a desperate move. He found out that our yin-yang sect has two titled Douluo holding the fort, with deep strength. So, he took his trusted followers and the resources of his branch and actively sought us out. His conditions are simple. He leads this branch to join the yin-yang sect, acknowledging you as his master. And our yin-yang sect needs to take action, help him eliminate his elder brother Huyan, and assist him in regaining control of the Black Tiger sect. Once it's done, Ji Yu Rong paused, looking at Yu Jingcheng, enunciating each word. He is willing to bring the entire Black Tiger sect, people and territory, completely merge into the yin-yang sect, becoming a combat division under our command. After listening to Ji Yu Rong's account, Yu Jingcheng did not immediately respond but fell into contemplation. The secret room was silent, only the rhythmic tap-tap of fingers knocking on the table sounded. A moment later, a cold curve lifted the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth. Quite interesting. This Hu Lai is indeed a budding hero who can bend and stretch. To survive, to seek revenge, he is even willing to hand over his ancestral foundation. He stood up, hands behind his back, ambition flashing in his eyes. What does the yin-yang sect lack most right now? High-level combat power has him, Ji Yu Rong, and Douluo Bo, which is sufficient for now. Regarding wealth, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, this cash machine, is about to come knocking. The only thing lacking is mid-level strength and grassroots enforcers. The Black Tiger sect, as an old-school attack system sect, has disciples who are all brave and skilled in battle, making them the best source of enforcers. If the Black Tiger sect can be taken in, the yin-yang sect's sphere of influence could instantly expand severalfold, truly possessing the foundation to contend with major powers. When fat meat is delivered to your door, is there any reason not to eat it? Yu Jingcheng turned around, looked at Ji Yu Rong, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Uncle Ji Yu, take me to meet this Hu Lai. Since he wants to use a borrowed knife to kill, I'll be that knife. However, Yu Jingcheng sneered, his tone icy. Once the knife is drawn, it won't return without drawing blood. By the day the Black Tiger sect merges into the yin-yang sect, who owns this knife will no longer be up to Hu Lai to decide. Heaven Do City. Space rippled with strange undulations, a pitch-black crack tore open out of thin air. Ji Yu Rong brought Yu Jingcheng, appearing silently in a secluded alley. Sect Master, Hu Lai and his group are waiting in a villa in the west of the city, all as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Ji Yu Rong straightened his robes and chuckled. Shall we go now and give them a reassurance? No rush. Yu Jingcheng curled his lips and said, things obtained too easily are often not cherished. Although Hu Lai is anxious now, it's not yet despair. Only when he feels he might be abandoned at any moment, that his elder brother Huyan might hunt him down and kill him. Will he understand the weight of the words, yin-yang sect? Let them wait. Yu Jingcheng turned around, his gaze fixed on the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Let's attend to official business first. Official business. Ji Yu Rong was taken aback. Taking in the Black Tiger sect isn't official business. That's just expanding the ranks of enforcers. Yu Jingcheng's eyes flashed with deep foresight. I want to play a bigger game in Heaven Do City. Uncle Ji Yu, lead the way. We're going to see Shui Yi. Heaven Do Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. Shui Yi looked at Yu Jingcheng. Though surprised in his heart, his expression remained unchanged. Sect Master Yu's sudden visit today, may I ask what important matter brings you? Shui Yi put down the memorial in his hand, his tone gentle. Yu Jingcheng bowed slightly and got straight to the point. Your Majesty, I have come this time to present a great gift to the Heaven Do Empire. Oh, Shui Yi raised an eyebrow. I'd like to hear the details. I intend to establish a high-level Spirit Master Academy within Heaven Do City. Yu Jingcheng's voice was clear, echoing in the Imperial Study. Named, Yin Yang Academy. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment passed through Shui Yi's eyes before they returned to calm. Establish an academy. What kind of great gift is this? Heaven Do City is filled with academies, not to mention the behemoth that is the Heaven Do Royal Academy. One more or one less makes little difference to the empire. As if seeing through Shui Yi's thoughts, Yu Jingcheng smiled faintly and continued. Your Majesty might think an academy is insignificant. But what if this academy has a titled Douluo personally stationed to give guidance? Shui Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Titled Douluo personally giving guidance. This is an impossible privilege in any academy. Even in the Heaven Do Royal Academy, the 3 deans are only at the Spirit Douluo level. Not only that, Yu Jingcheng stepped forward, casting the real bait. My Yin-Yang sect possesses unique simulated cultivation methods, and exclusive medicinal pills that can significantly increase the cultivation speed of spirit masters. All who enter my Yin-Yang Academy, upon graduation, will have priority in supplying talent to the imperial family. Your Majesty, currently, the Spirit Hall is ambitious, and the Star Luo Empire is watching covetously. Although the Heaven Do Empire is prosperous, it always falls short in cultivating top-tier combat power and mid-level strength. My Yin-Yang sect is willing to be this whetstone, to hone a true army of tigers and wolves for your Majesty, for the Empire. These words precisely hit Emperor Shui Yi's weak spot. What does the Heaven Do Empire lack most? Not money, not land, but powerful high-level spirit masters. If it is truly as Yu Jingcheng says, with a titled Douluo stationed and special medicinal pills assisting, the talents cultivated by this Yin-Yang Academy. Shui Yi's heart was moved. Moreover, allying with a sect possessing 2 titled Douluo is, in itself, a significant political victory for the royal family. Sect Master Yu is indeed a young talent with the world in his heart. The smile on Shui Yi's face became a few degrees more sincere, as he waved his hand. This matter, I approve. Chapter 57. The plan to unify Douluo begins. From this day, the Black Tiger sect is no more. In the southern part of the city, there is a vast royal garden, with an extremely large area and a serene environment. It was originally intended for the expansion of a branch of the Royal Academy. Since Sect Master Yu has such a grand aspiration, we shall bestow this land to the Yin-Yang sect as the site for establishing your academy. Southern part of the city. Could it be the location where Lu Erlong later founded the Blue Tyrant Academy? In Yu Jingcheng's memory, the Heaven Do Imperial Academy had no branch in Heaven Do City. Furthermore, we shall allocate an additional 1 million gold coins as seed funding. A sharp glint flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. Many thanks for your Majesty's immense favor. The Yin-Yang Academy will certainly live up to your Majesty's high expectations. After leaving the palace, Ji Yurong couldn't help but give Yu Jingcheng a thumbs up. Sect Master, brilliant. With just a few words, you not only got a piece of land worth its weight in gold for free, but also secured 1 million gold coins. More importantly, our Yin-Yang sect has now firmly established a foothold in Heaven Do City, gaining the protective umbrella of the royal family. Though, whether we have this umbrella or not is irrelevant. Our Yin-Yang sect has 2 titled Douluos. The royal family should be scrambling to curry favor with us. Yu Jingcheng looked at the land deed in his hand, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This is only the beginning. Yu Jingcheng's goal was never merely to establish a sect and compete for the title of the #1 sect in the world. His ultimate goal was to become a god. And on the path to godhood, he could conveniently sweep away all other forces. To establish a unified empire across the entire Douluo continent, the Heaven Do Empire would inevitably fall by his hand. Let's go, Uncle Ji Yu. Let's go meet that young lord, Hulai, who must be nearly driven mad with anxiety. Yu Jingcheng said calmly. Tell him his savior has arrived. In the western part of Heaven Do City, within a secluded villa. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Crash. An exquisite porcelain cup was smashed violently onto the floor, shattering into pieces. This is too much. This is simply too much. A burly, fierce-looking middle-aged man paced back and forth in the hall like a caged beast, his chest heaving violently. This man was none other than the second young lord of the Black Tiger sect, Hulai. Young lord, please calm your anger. A confidant at his side cautiously advised. After all, the Yin-Yang sect has 2 titled Douluos overseeing it. It's normal for them to put on airs. We are the ones seeking their help now. Seeking their help. I've been waiting here for a full 3 hours. Hulai suddenly stopped pacing, his eyes bloodshot, gnashing his teeth as he said. Even if they are titled Douluos, they can't toy with me like this. I think they have no sincerity in cooperating at all. They're clearly deliberately humiliating me. We'll wait another half hour. Hulai slammed his fist on the table, sending wood splinters flying. If they still don't come, we leave. At worst, I'll take my men and seek refuge with the Spirit Hall. I don't believe. Hey, seek refuge with the Spirit Hall. Just then, a mocking, aged voice sounded abruptly within the room. I'm afraid the moment you step out that door, your dear elder brother will chop you into mincemeat and feed you to the dogs. Who's there? Hu Lai's hair stood on end. He whirled around, his spirit power erupting instantly as the faint shadow of a massive black tiger materialized behind him. However, the next second, *SSSHH. The space before him seemed to be torn apart by an invisible, massive hand. A pitch-black spatial rift appeared out of thin air, emanating a terrifying, heart-stopping aura. Immediately after, two figures slowly stepped out from the rift. The one in the lead wore snow-white robes, his demeanor elegant and noble, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. It was Yu Jingcheng. Behind him followed a middle-aged man with a gaunt face and deeply sunken eyes. Bone Douluo, Ji Yu Rong. Bone Douluo. Feeling the abyssal, suffocating, terrifying pressure emanating from Ji Yu Rong, the spirit power Hu Lai had just mustered instantly dissipated. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. His earlier rage instantly turned into a bone-chilling cold. His legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel on the spot. Is this the pressure of a titled Douluo? With just a glance, he, a spirit saint, couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. Young Lord Hu Lai, be at ease. Yu Jingcheng casually pulled over a chair and sat down, his movements as elegant as if he were in his own backyard, completely ignoring the mess on the floor. The reason for my late arrival is that I went to the palace to secure a talisman of protection from His Majesty for our future cooperation. The palace. Hu Lai was stunned, the tension in his nerves momentarily breaking. He didn't understand how the internal strife of the Black Tiger sect could be related to the palace. Without further ado, Yu Jingcheng directly retrieved the freshly acquired land deed and imperial edict, still carrying the scent of ink, from his spirit tool and gently placed them on the table. Take a look. Hu Lai's hand trembled as he picked up the imperial edict. His eyes scanned the contents, and his pupils abruptly contracted. Establish the Yin-Yang Academy, royal funding, southern city land. He jerked his head up to look at Yu Jingcheng, his eyes filled with confusion. Sect Master Yu, what is this? Hu Lai, you are a smart man. Yu Jingcheng lightly tapped the table with his finger, his tone calm yet exuding an aura of absolute control. Do you think that even if I help you kill Hu Yan and reclaim the Black Tiger sect, you can securely sit in the sect master's seat? Don't forget, the force behind Hu Yan, the one that propped him up, can just as easily destroy you. Hu Lai's face turned pale. This was also his greatest worry. Hu Yan's recent explosive increase in strength and the involvement of that mysterious force had left him unable to eat or sleep in peace. Moreover, the Black Tiger sect is, after all, one of the lower four sects. If it were to merge openly into my Yin-Yang sect, it would inevitably alert the Spirit Hall and other forces. Yu Jingcheng leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed directly on Hu Lai. But what if the Black Tiger sect were to be erased from the world? Erased? Hu Lai exclaimed in shock, instinctively taking a step back. Correct. Yu Jingcheng pointed at the imperial edict on the table, a playful smile curling his lips. From now on, there will be no more Black Tiger sect in this world. What will exist is the Yin-Yang Advanced Spirit Master Academy, personally approved by the Heaven Do Empire and backed by the royal family. And you, Hu Lai, along with all the elite disciples under your command, will undergo a transformation, becoming the Security Department of the Yin-Yang Academy, responsible for maintaining campus security and clearing out the surrounding riffraff. You will be the first director of the security department. Boom. Asterisk. Yu Jingcheng's words exploded in Hu Lai's mind like a thunderclap. He had originally thought that by defecting to the Yin-Yang sect, at best he would become a vassal, or even cannon fodder. But he never expected Yu Jingcheng to have laid out such an elaborate scheme. A backdoor listing, using the academy as a shell, with the sect as its backbone. With the official status of an academy, they would no longer be Jianggu ruffians, but a regular force protected by imperial law. Although in the Spirit Master's world, strength reigns supreme, power is paramount. But if they could occupy a position of righteous legitimacy, it would indeed be the icing on the cake. Chapter 58. Spirit Saint Hu Lai, the holy dragon of light counters the black tiger, directly suppressed. Even the action of annexing the black tiger sect could righteously be transformed into clearing out the illegal armed forces entrenched around the area for the sake of the academy's construction. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Hu Lai looked at the man before him, who was much younger than himself. Not only had the previous resentment in his heart vanished, but a deep sense of awe had also risen. This man, not only was his strength unfathomable, but his schemes and methods were also demonic, almost supernatural. Following such a person might truly be the only way out for the Black Tiger sect. No, for him, Hu Lai. Thud. Asterisk. Hu Lai no longer hesitated. He dropped to one knee, clasped his fists, his voice loud and resolute. Your subordinate, Hu Lai, pays his respects to the sect master. I am willing to lead all members of the Black Tiger sect to pledge our loyalty unto death to the Yin Yang sect and to the sect master. From this day forward, there will be no Black Tiger sect in this world, only the security department of the Yin Yang Academy. Looking at Hu Lai kneeling on the ground, Yu Jingcheng nodded with satisfaction. Very good. He stood up, straightened his sleeves, a trace of cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since we are one family now, your troubles naturally become my troubles. Uncle Ji Yu. Here, Ji Yu Rong chuckled darkly, the bones in his body emitting a series of crackling sounds, clearly itching for a fight. Take Hu Lai with you. We're going to the Black Tiger sect's headquarters. Yu Jingcheng walked to the doorway, looking out at the pitch-black night, his voice cold as a blade. Tonight, I will make that Black Tiger a dead tiger. And while we're at it, let's see just which deity dares to reach out their hand into my territory. ... At the same time, 30 miles outside Heaven-Do City, at the Black Tiger sect headquarters. The place was brightly lit, thick with killing intent. The Grand Sect Master, Hu Yan, sat on a tiger skin chair, rolling 2 iron balls in his hand, his face full of sinister gloom. Beside him stood a mysterious figure in black robes, his face obscured. Envoy, that little brat Hu Lai has hidden in Heaven-Do City, seemingly seeking outside help. Hu Yan snorted coldly, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. But even if he fetches the King of Heaven himself, it's useless. With the support of you, Envoy, and the Spirit Hall, the Black Tiger sect is destined to be mine, Hu Yan's. The black-robed man let out a hoarse, low laugh. That goes without saying. However, what His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff wants is not merely a Black Tiger sect. What we want is for the entire Spirit Master's world of the Heaven-Do Empire to be thrown into chaos. Yet, before his words could finish, boom, asterisk, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the main gate. Immediately after, a mocking voice, accompanied by terrifying spirit power fluctuations, resounded throughout the entire Black Tiger sect headquarters. Thrown into chaos. Since you like chaos so much, this lord will grant your wish tonight. The Yin Yang Academy is handling business. All unrelated personnel, get lost. Following this furious shout, the main gate of the Black Tiger sect instantly turned into a shower of wooden splinters. Amidst the swirling dust, 3 figures stepped in unhurriedly under the moonlight. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the Black Tiger sect? Seeking death. Dozens of Black Tiger sect disciples, brandishing weapons, clamored as they surrounded them. However, when they saw the figure behind the white-robed man at the front, a figure as sturdy as an iron tower, his face full of killing intent, everyone's movements froze. Second young lord, someone exclaimed in shock, nearly dropping their weapon. Get out of my way. Hu Lai roared, the spirit power of a spirit saint surging forth like a tidal wave, directly blasting away several disciples blocking his path. Tell that beast Hu Yan to get out here and face me. Clap, asterisk, clap, asterisk, clap, asterisk. A crisp sound of applause came from the inner hall. Hu Yan, accompanied by the black-robed envoy and surrounded by a group of experts, walked out with dark expressions. Good, very good, my dear second brother, I never thought you'd have the guts to come back. Hu Yan swept his venomous gaze over Hu Lai, finally settling on Yu Jingcheng and Ji Yu Rong, a scornful sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. So these are the helpers you found. A pretty boy and an old fossil. Hu Lai, has your brain been crushed by a door? Do you think you can turn the tables by bringing these 2 pieces of trash? Who did you call an old fossil? Ji Yurong's previously somewhat indifferent old face instantly fell. He dug at his ear, a dangerous glint flashing in his murky old eyes. Young people these days, their mouths are getting filthier and filthier. The black-robed envoy standing beside Huyan had originally maintained a lofty, condescending posture. But when his gaze met Ji Yurong's eyes, his soul trembled violently from its very depths. That feeling was like being stared down by a vicious beast from ancient times. Coupled with the residual spatial fluctuations from when the gate shattered earlier. The black-robed envoy's pupils constricted to pinpoints, and he screamed involuntarily. SP. Spatial power. You are. Bone Douluo, Ji Yurong. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell deathly silent. The ferocious grin on Huyan's previously arrogant face instantly froze. He looked like a duck whose neck had been wrung, unable to utter a single sound. A T. Titled Douluo, one of the two grand elders of the Yin-Yang sect, why would he be here? Oh, you do have some discernment. Ji Yurong chuckled darkly. Since he had been recognized, he no longer bothered to conceal himself. Boom. Asterisk. The pressure of 93rd rank spirit power erupted without reservation. In that instant, the sky above the entire Black Tiger sect headquarters seemed to collapse. The faint, looming silhouette of a massive bone dragon appeared in the night sky, emanating a suffocating aura of death. Thud. Asterisk. Thud. Asterisk. All the Black Tiger sect disciples present, including the elders with weaker spirit power, were completely unable to remain standing under this pressure. They fell to their knees one after another, despair written on their faces. Huyan, in particular, was the focus of this pressure. He was directly crushed flat onto the ground. Prostrate, his bones emitting unbearable cracking sounds. Senior, spare me. Although the black-robed envoy was a spirit Douluo, he could only barely hold on before Ji Yurong. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. I am from the spirit hall. Shut your noise. Before he could even fully display the spirit hall nameplate, Yu Jingcheng impatiently cut him off. He slowly walked up to the black-robed envoy, looking down at him from above, golden light swirling in his eyes. The spirit hall's hand has reached too far. Since it has reached my territory, don't think about pulling it back. Before the words had even faded, a dazzling, resplendent golden light suddenly erupted from Yu Jingcheng's body. Roar. Asterisk. A clear and resonant dragon's roar pierced the heavens. The holy dragon of light manifested behind him. Sacred, domineering, supreme. This was the absolute bloodline suppression belonging to a high-ranking member of the dragon clan. If Ji Yurong's pressure relied on sheer power to crush, then Yu Jingcheng's pressure was a judgment from the very origin of the soul. Everyone in the Black Tiger sect possessed the Black Tiger spirit, a dark attribute beast spirit. Now, facing the aura of the holy dragon of ultimate light, the spirits within their bodies seemed to have encountered a natural predator. They trembled, whimpered uncontrollably, and even threatened to dissipate on their own. Chapter 59. Nine-Heart Begonia, the Yi family. Yi Bingchang at rank 88, the strongest healing system. What kind of spirit is this? The black-robed envoy was horrified to discover that his own spirit power was rapidly dissolving under the illumination of this golden light. You'll know when I send you to meet the angel god. Yu Jingcheng coldly raised his hand, a ray of intensely compressed golden light gathering at his fingertip. Uncle Ji Yu, make your move. Right away. Ji Yurong let out a sinister laugh, his withered palm clenching in the air. Bone prison. Several sharp bone spikes instantly erupted from the ground, piercing through the limbs and chest of the black-robed envoy before he could even react. Ah! A shrill, agonized scream tore through the night sky. A dignified spirit Douluo, faced with a title Douluo, didn't even have a chance to resist before being instantly pinned to the ground. Blood stained the earth, completely shattering the last shred of hope in Huyan's heart. Don't kill me. Terrified out of his wits by the two demon-like figures, Huyan kowtowed frantically, begging for mercy. Second brother, save me. I'm your elder brother. I know I was wrong. I'm willing to give up the position of sect master to you. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. Hu Lai looked at the man before him, weeping and sniveling without a shred of dignity, a flicker of disgust and sorrow passing through his eyes. Was this the arrogant, overbearing elder brother? Was this the Huyan who, for the sake of power, didn't hesitate to collude with outsiders and harm his own flesh and blood? How laughable. Hu Lai turned to Yu Jingcheng, cupping his fist and saying, Sect Master, how should we deal with this person? Yu Jingcheng withdrew his spirit, the golden light on his body dissipating, transforming him back into the gentle and refined young master he appeared to be. Yu Jingcheng took out a handkerchief, lightly wiping his already spotless fingers, and said calmly, Yin Yang Academy is a holy land for teaching and nurturing, it has no need for such trash. However, the academy has just been established and is indeed short of a few janitors to clean the latrines. Destroy his spirit power, spare his wretched life, and let him watch how you elevate the Black Tiger sect to greatness. Yu Jingcheng said this aloud, but he sent a voice transmission to Hu Lai. Right now, in front of so many people, directly killing your elder brother would create a poor impression. After we've completely taken control of the Black Tiger sect later, it won't be too late to erase him completely. The sect master is wise. Hu Lai thought, shocked inwardly. Yes. Then, pretending as if nothing had happened, Hu Lai strode towards Hu Yan. No, don't, second brother. Ah. Accompanied by a cry of utter despair, Hu Yan's dantian was forcibly shattered, reducing him to a cripple from that moment on. Yu Jingcheng looked around at the trembling disciples of the Black Tiger sect and declared loudly, From this day forward, the Black Tiger sect is dissolved. Those of you who are willing to submit shall become members of the Yin Yang Academy Security Department, enjoying official status and the protection of the Empire. If you are unwilling, you may leave now. I will not stop you. But if you dare oppose my Yin Yang Academy in the future. Yu Jingcheng pointed at the corpse of the black-robed envoy on the ground, his tone icy. This will be your fate. After a brief, deathly silence. We surrender. We pay our respects to the dean. To the department head. Hundreds of Black Tiger sect disciples knelt in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. It was no joke, only a fool wouldn't join a faction backed by a titled Douluo and with imperial connections. Watching this scene, Ji Yurong moved closer to Yu Jingcheng and chuckled softly. Sect Master, this combination of carrot and stick was masterfully played. However, with a Spirit Hall member dead here, there might be trouble. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yu Jingcheng's mouth as he looked towards Heaven Do City. Trouble. With a Spirit Douluo dead, Spirit Hall will only suspect the Heaven Do Imperial family or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The murkier the waters, the better for us to fish. Next, a calculating glint flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. It's time to visit the Yi family. Nine-Heart Begonia, the Yi family. The Yi family's foundation is not shallow. The current head of the Yi family, Yi Bingcheng, possesses the Nine-Heart Begonia spirit and is an 88th rank spirit Douluo. In terms of healing ability, even a healing type titled Douluo is not her match. She is recognized as the strongest healing type spirit master on the Douluo continent. Unfortunately, due to damage to her origin in her youth, even though she is only in her 60s now, her days are numbered. As for the young mistress of the Yi family, Yi Yu, her spirit is also the Nine-Heart Begonia. She is also the future mother of Yi Lingling. If we can bring the Yi family into the Yin Yang sect and give Yi Bingcheng an immortal herb, not only could it help Yi Bingcheng repair her origin and achieve a breakthrough to titled Douluo, allowing her lifespan to match that of other spirit masters of the same rank, it would also significantly enhance the strength of the Yin Yang sect. By the time they finished dealing with the aftermath at the Black Tiger sect, the night was deep. Hu Lai was leading his men, working vigorously on reorganization and cleanup, transforming the previously foul and chaotic Black Tiger sect into a proper base that met the standards of the security department. Yu Jingcheng and Ji Yurong walked side by side on the road back to the city, the moonlight stretching their shadows long. Sect Master Ji Yurong, with his hands clasped behind his back, frowned slightly and finally couldn't resist asking the question on his mind. That Nine-Heart Begonia Yi family, although their lineage is sparse, holds an exalted position in the Spirit Master's world due to their unparalleled healing ability. Moreover, they have always maintained neutrality, never participating in factional struggles. That old woman Yi Bingcheng is notoriously stubborn. What makes you think she would bring her entire family into our newly established Yin Yang sect? Ji Yurong paused, then added, if we use force, it might backfire. After all, coercing a healing-type spirit master family wouldn't look good for our reputation on the continent. Hearing this, Yu Jingcheng stopped walking, turned to look at Ji Yurong, and a confident smile played on his lips. Uncle Ji Yu, under normal circumstances, trying to subdue the Yi family would indeed be as difficult as reaching for the heavens. But now, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yu Jingcheng raised a finger and gently shook it. Although Yi Bingcheng is an 88th rank spirit Douluo, hailed as the #1 healer in the spirit master's world. In her youth, to save a core family member, she forcibly overdrew her life force, causing severe damage to her origin. Now, although she may appear robust on the outside, she's actually weak within, her lifespan nearing its end. For someone on the verge of death, neutrality, principles. In the face of a crisis threatening the family's legacy, they are worthless. Ji Yurong nodded thoughtfully. That is true. The Yi lineage is single-stranded. If Yi Bingcheng dies, relying solely on that not yet mature Yi Yu, they probably can't protect the Yi family's vast estate. But what does that have to do with you subduing them? Can you extend her life? Not only can I extend her life. A sharp gleam flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. He turned his wrist, and although his hand was empty, his tone was utterly certain. I also possess an immortal herb. The immense vitality and gentle medicinal properties contained within this herb make it a holy medicine for repairing one's origin. Once Yi Bingcheng consumes this herb, not only will her damaged origin be fully repaired, but even. Chapter 60. Aiming for the second greatest sect on the continent. Yi Bingcheng, with only 3 months to live, this immortal herb. For me, Yu Jingcheng's voice lowered, yet it exploded in Ji Yurong's ears like a thunderclap. It could even help her shatter that shackle, achieving a breakthrough to level 90 in one fell swoop. Becoming the first titled Douluo in the history of the continent with the 9-heart begonia martial soul. Hiss. Ji Yurong drew in a sharp breath, his eyes wide as he stared at Yu Jingcheng as if looking at a monster. A titled Douluo level 9 heart begonia. Ji Yurong understood all too well what this meant. The 9-heart begonia was hailed as immortal. As long as you had a single breath left, it could pull you back. A spirit Douluo level Yi Bingcheng was already treated as an honored guest by all major powers. If she were to become a titled Douluo, she would be nothing less than a mobile fountain of life, a terrifying presence on the battlefield akin to a perpetual motion machine. Not only that, Yu Jingcheng continued, the ambition in his eyes no longer concealed. Although the Yi family hasn't flourished in numbers these past years, due to the special status of their spirit, they have accumulated astonishing wealth and business connections. Their medicine shops and clinics are spread across all major cities of the Heaven Do Empire. If the Yi family joins, our Yin-Yang sect will no longer be an empty shell. Yu Jingcheng reached out, grasping at the air as if holding the entire situation of Heaven Do City in his palm. Our left hand holds the Security Department, transformed from the Black Tiger sect, possessing formidable combat strength and execution capability. Our right hand holds the Medical Department, transformed from the Yi family, possessing top-tier logistical support and a massive commercial cash flow. Add to that Uncle Ji Yu, a peerlessly defensive titled Douluo holding the fort, and these immortal herb resources in my possession that can evolve spirits. Yu Jingcheng looked at Ji Yurong, his voice firm and powerful. Uncle Ji Yu, what do you think? How does such a configuration compare to the current upper 3 sects? Ji Yurong was stunned. He quickly calculated the blueprint Yu Jingcheng had painted in his mind. The Black Tiger sect handles fighting and territory. The Yi family handles making money and healing. Yu Jingcheng handles the core technology, immortal herbs, spirit evolution. Add to that himself, Ji Yurong, and Douluo. What kind of newly established sect was this? This was clearly a perfectly configured, colossal entity with no weaknesses. Apart from lacking numbers in mid to high level talents compared to the Clear Sky sect and the Spirit Hall for now. In terms of comprehensive foundation and potential, the Yin-Yang sect was already fully qualified to challenge the upper 3 sects. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Ji Yurong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. If we can really make that old woman Yi Bingcheng break through to titled Douluo, our Yin-Yang sect would start at the peak. Once we bring the Yi family into the sect, we'll initiate the sect ranking battle and reorder the 7 great sects. By then, I hope our Yin-Yang sect can become the second greatest sect on the continent in one go. Yu Jingcheng said. Tang Chen hadn't disappeared yet. Being able to become second on the continent was already quite good. Ji Yurong was also filled with motivation. Let's go. Yu Jingcheng waved his sleeve grandly and strode forward to the Yi family to deliver this grand gift to Yi Bingcheng. Heaven-Do City, Southern District, Yi Mansion. Who goes there? The two Yi family guards on night duty felt a blur before their eyes, and two figures materialized out of thin air before the main gate. Before they could clearly see the visitors, a terrifying pressure surged over them like a tide, instantly pinning them in place, unable to move, their cries for help stuck in their throats. No need to be nervous. Yu Jingcheng stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the plaque inscribed with saving lives with medicine, and said calmly, "Go and announce us. Say that sect master Yu Jingcheng of the Yin Yang sect, accompanied by Bone Douluo Ji Yurong, has come to visit Patriarch Yi." Hearing the words, Bone Douluo, the two guards' pupils contracted sharply, the fear in their eyes instantly turning into awe. A titled Douluo visiting late at night. This was a matter of great importance. One of them felt the pressure on him ease slightly and hurriedly stumbled towards the inner courtyard. A moment later, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The main gate swung open. A middle-aged beauty in a plain white dress with a cold, elegant face, supporting an old woman with silver hair, walked out. The beauty was precisely the Yi family's young mistress, Yi Yu. And the old woman was Yi Bingcheng. Sect Master Yu, esteemed Bone Douluo, your unexpected late-night visit finds this old woman unprepared. I hope you will forgive my lack of welcome. Yi Bingcheng gave a slight bow. Her tone was neither humble nor arrogant, but her hand gripping the cane involuntarily tightened. Why would Yu Jingcheng and Ji Yurong suddenly come knocking? Yi Bingcheng's cloudy old eyes swept over Yu Jingcheng, inwardly shocked. Although this youth seemed to have no spirit power fluctuations, the innate nobility and confidence emanating from his very bones actually made even the titled Douluo behind him willingly become a supporting character. Previously, during the Yin Yang sect's opening ceremony, Yi Bingcheng hadn't attended, only sending Yi Yu to observe the rites. Senior Yi, you are too polite, Yu Jingcheng said with a faint smile. May I ask the purpose of Sect Master Yu's visit? Yi Bingcheng frowned slightly. Patriarch Yi, there's no need for suspicion. Yu Jingcheng smiled slightly, getting straight to the point. I have come tonight for only two things. First, to save your life. Second, to offer you a great opportunity. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Yu's face changed. She was about to speak but was stopped by Yi Bingcheng raising her hand. The old woman's cloudy gaze fixed intently on Yu Jingcheng as she said in a deep voice. Sect Master Yu, one can eat carelessly, but one cannot speak carelessly. Although this old woman is aged, my body is still quite robust. Why would I need you to save me? Is that so? Yu Jingcheng chuckled softly, taking a step forward. His gaze was piercing, as if able to see through Yi Bingcheng's very organs. Patriarch Yi, let's speak plainly. In your youth, to save your husband who was poisoned by a deadly toxin, you forcibly overdrew the origin life force of your 9-heart begonia, damaging your foundation. All these years, although you've been clinging to life with various rare medicinal herbs, it's merely quenching thirst with poison. Every time it's cloudy or rainy, you feel a burning pain in your heart and lungs, and your spirit power is constantly draining away. If I'm not mistaken, Yu Jingcheng extended 3 fingers, his tone certain. You have at most 3 months left to live. 3 months from now, when your oil is exhausted and your lamp is dry, not even a grand unity golden immortal could save you. Boom! Yu Jingcheng's words struck the hearts of the Yi mother and daughter like a bolt from the blue. Yi Yu's face instantly turned deathly pale as she looked at her mother in terror. Because the symptoms Yu Jingcheng described were absolutely accurate, Yi Bingcheng's body also trembled. Her originally calm expression finally collapsed, revealing a trace of unconcealable shock. This matter was the Yi family's highest secret. Besides the two of them, no outsider could possibly know. You, just who are you? Yi Bingcheng asked in a trembling voice, a hint of a quiver within. Who I am is unimportant. What's important is that I can save you. Yu Jingcheng flicked his wrist. An exquisite jade box appeared in his palm. The immortal herb, marvelous fungus reaching heaven chrysanthemum, materialized. Currently, among the immortal herbs in Yu Jingcheng's possession that could still be absorbed and refined by spirit masters, there were only 3.